study control. Jadi untuk nggak dong nonton kita sudah. Hmm. Yes. I'm getting to check that. Yes, correct. This is the earphone.
Okay, okay, I will be here. Don't worry. Take care. Thank you.
Everything is ready?
Wait for the.
before we start the lectures today by the Professor Sergio, I would like to make one or two announcements. So the first, we have bring up the departure time down here. So I just want you to help me double confirm that your departure time, date, and flight informations are correct. So that we will arrange someone to pick up you from the hotel 2 hours before the departure time. 3.
Yes. At least 3 hours. So when we arrive at the airport, so you still have
2.5
hours. Additional
National history.
If we make it like 2 hours.
Yeah, because he's staying also more time in Kuala Lumpur, so it's natural.
Okay.
Same as me.
Okay, maybe like this. Okay, we have prepared this list. So maybe in the PIC here, you just indicate that your flight is domestic flight or international flight. International flight, we arrange 3 hours earlier because they get like early check-in. If domestic flight, we arrange 2 hours. Okay, so we and then the second announcement, so we have prepared the list of participants. So please help me to check your name, spelling whether correct or not, because today we are going to prepare the certificates. Yeah, because tomorrow back early, right? So we back to you. Okay. So yeah, there's two things. One is confirm the flight information, and another one is confirm that your name is correct. Okay. So that's all from me. Thanks. So now I pass back to Professor Joe.
Thank you very much. I think that. But anyway, if I think that I will try. Can you hear me? Okay, like this. Yes, then I will just simply because it's to try to present everything without the microphone. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit today about urbanistic earthquake loss, but from the viewpoint of the natural disaster management mechanisms. So as you will see, today's presentation and tomorrow presentation, I have tried to create a PowerPoint which can be used in the future by you in order to present the different materials of the master. So I have included more text than usually, and also I have included some references that you can use in order to expand what I'm going to present. So that's why my main concern this time, that you have something that you can use in the future in order to present the real material that you are going to teach in the master. Now, so I have structured the lesson just simply as usual with a small introduction, some definition and facts, and I will summarize again which is the earthquake loss assessment procedure, and then we will go step by step. First, speaking about what is a stochastic earthquake event generator is, how we can estimate the hazard from that, how we go to the risk from that, and how we go to the financial modeling from that. So that means that we will speak about portfolio composition and how an excellence probability can be obtained. And at the end, what I'm going to do is just to show you a simplified practical exercise of how this can be done. I mean, as usual, I said the practical exercise we will do it in Excel because it's the best way that we see how we can introduce the formulas, how the results are being obtained. But of course, I have to tell you that when I did this, I implemented into Selena, in MATLAB, because it's computationally, you will see that it implies a higher force. So with MATLAB, it's quite more easy to make all the computation and get the result in a fast way. And as you will see, I will show you some references at the end. So starting from the introduction, as we always have been saying along these days, if we are affected from natural catastrophes, we know that for the future, the increase of the urbanization, the environmental degradation, and so on will increase this extent of damage, especially in the damage-prone area. So that's why disaster risk management is so very important. I mean, because we need to develop these strategies that it can help us to make disaster prevention, to make early warning, to make preparedness and response. So that's of course why this master is being done. Okay. So what that means that this is something where private and public organization has to be involved. And of course, it has to be also involved the participation of the local community, because it's very important that they also feel the importance of what you are doing in order to correctly make all the disaster mitigation or even the implementation of the measures that you are going to take for the disaster management mitigation. So let's more or less see how we can try to develop an efficient probabilistic approach in order to estimate the losses. So first, let's start as usual with some general definition and some facts. As we know, the global population is increasing. So the projection says that by 2100, will increase to almost 11 billion. And we know that also the 75% of this population will be living in places where climatic conditions will be significantly different from now. So climatic change is also a very important risk that will affect to every of us. And if we think about high frequency floods, we can also see how even by 230, the urban land located in this high frequency flood zone will be increased by 33% compared with 2015, for example. So it's also important that you know that our cities are going to be threatened more by this natural hazard. So as I told, this is also why it's so important that we think about the evaluation of the risk and hazard, not as something that is going to be important for taking decisions now. We have to think about it about the future focus lens. So because this is something that is going to be very important in order to take decisions for the future. And the risk prevention measures and policies are very important in order to shape the coming decades. And as you can see, this is more or less what the main organizations are saying. So for example, United Nations and European Union say that there is a need to consider the long-term implication of natural hazard. The European Union also encourage a forward-looking approach to assessing disaster risk. The World Bank is also saying that we have to move towards risk assessment that can guide decision makers towards a resilient future. Or IPCC is always also speaking about an effective risk reduction, taking into consideration the dynamic of the vulnerability, that's the chain of the vulnerability with the time and the exposure, and the linkage with the socioeconomic processes, sustainable development, climate change. So it's not a question of today, it's a question of that we know that everything is going to change with the time. have to think about how we can compute these losses, thinking about the future. So that's as usual the common definition of hazard. That is a process or a phenomenon or a human activity that may cause loss of lives, injuries, or other health impacts. Is the common definition of the UNDRF. And as you know, we can classify always hazard according to the cause. This is more or less what we do. Climate and storms, the landslide, the wildfire, the extreme temperature. The geophysical hazards, where we have the earthquake, volcanoes, and so landslide geophysical, the biological part, the human-induced part. But also it can be classified according to how they happen. You can say that we have natural hazard with a rapid onset, as earthquake, flash flood, or landslide, or a slow onset, as sea level rise, of increase in temperature and drought. But also when we speak about modeling the earthquake hazard, we can think in two ways of approaching the model. From a long-term time-dependent perspective, this is what we used to do when we thought that we know that an earthquake is going to happen in a tectonic area, and we know the past activity, and we know that when the earthquake is going to happen again, it will depend on how much time has passed, and if an earthquake has happened close or not, and how the elastic strain energy has changed in the area, and that will tell us more or less the long-term time-dependent earthquake hazard assessment. But also we can think about the hazard assessment in a short-term perspective, because we know that when a main shock has happened, then we are usually, if it is a very big earthquake, we are going to have a very long seismic series with a lot of aftershock, and many of these aftershocks can be also high. So we can think about this temporal clustering of aftershock and see more or less the seismic hazard in this short-term time perspective. The definition of the exposure is also what we know. It's also the definition of the unit, and it's, of course, it's the people, property, system, and other elements present in hazard zones that are thereby subject to potential losses. And as we know, this is not a fixed number. This is something that is going to change for the future, because exposure to natural hazard is going to change due to the increase of the population, to the movement of the population, to the socioeconomical growth. So when accounting for the exposure, we have to see how we can model this increase also in exposure, this change in the exposure. Of course, again, the vulnerability is broadly defined as the characteristics and circumstances of a community, system, or asset that make it susceptible to damaging effects of a hazard. So the definition of this is the general, and we focus on the physical vulnerability. Of course, we are more focused on the tendency of exposed elements, or assets, suffer adverse effect when impacted by a natural. So how the risk assessment method take into account this change in the vulnerability, or difference in the vulnerability from the present to the future? So usually they can do it from two main perspectives. I mean, one perspective is to say that the vulnerability is going to increase with the time. Of course, because with the time it will be a lot of unplanned or informal modification, or maintaining change or degradation of the physical infrastructure. And this is more or less what we are seeing for the first is increasing. So this perspective is thinking how the vulnerability increases with time, but also we can think that the vulnerability may be reduced because we are adapting those physical infrastructure to the future condition. So these two main perspectives of taking into account the future vulnerability reflect which are the two main drivers of the vulnerability, which are the socioeconomic conditions and the policy decision. So how the society is changing and how the politician and how the local agency are taking decisions that can change the vulnerability or not. So how can we take into account from a scientific perspective the increasing vulnerability with the time? What we have seen, the first perspective that we will see. So, I mean, there are a lot of research in this field, but recently, for example, one way of taking into account how a building is going to change with the future is using Markov chains. Markov chain, as you know, is simply a statistical method in order to simulate mathematical system that are changing from one state to another state. So the idea is more or less to do something with the buildings, which are now they are one state, and in the future will be in another different state. So with this memory-less statistical method, for example, Laleman et al. In 2017 proposed a framework in order to take this into account. So they, for example, try to model how the increase of vulnerability due to this incremental building expansion can be modeled using a Markov chain process. And then use, again, a stochastic simulation in order to see how will be the building in the future. How will the building will the vulnerability of the building increase in the future. And is a way of see how to take this change in the vulnerability. Another way of also taking into consideration this change or increase of vulnerability with the time is if we saw from a short-term perspective. I mean, we know that when we have an earthquake and we have the main shock and then we have the aftershock, of course, after the main shock, the vulnerability of our city has changed. And each time that we have an aftershock, this is going to change again. So, for example, Gentile and Galazzo, 2020, they tried to see how the accumulation of damage in a series of buildings can be obtained after or during a series of natural hazard events. It's also another way of taking into account this chain of the vulnerability with the time. But also I saw that this is also quite a nice, also interesting idea, that because also climate change can affect the vulnerability of our buildings. Why? Because as when the carbon dioxide levels associated with global warming increase, the likelihood of carbonation induced corrosion will also increase. So there is also studies, for example, Stewart et al. In 2011, that tried more or less to quantify this environmentally driving the deterioration of the built environment. So it's not only because of the earthquake, it's also because our environment, our climate change, that can affect the vulnerability of the buildings in the future, or the physical infrastructure in the future. And if we think about on the other viewpoint on accounting for adaptive vulnerability, how we can take measures to reduce the vulnerability, there is also some different ways of taking that into account. ¿De acuerdo? For example, Stewart et al. In 2015 proposed what they call the climate adaptation engineering, where the risk, cost, and benefit of the climate adaptation strategies are assessed for reducing the vulnerability of new housing and the different emission scenarios. So this is more or less saying as with different emission scenario, people are seeing how the sea level is increasing. They do something similar with the vulnerability of the building. And what they can do in order to try to decrease the vulnerability. And also, there is way of reduce the vulnerability of the buildings, taking protective measures. For example, if we think about future flooding events, I mean, you can think about nature-based solution in order to adapt the environment to reduce the future vulnerability. And this is, for example, something that Fire et al. Proposed in 2017, how nature-based solution can be used to do that. And finally, if we think about the non-physical vulnerability, I mean, what is called the socioeconomic vulnerability, we know that this is also something that is changing over time and also impacted by the occurrence of different disasters. So also we can establish some index in order to take into account that. For example, we can use the quantification of the social vulnerability dynamics to climate change using a time-dependent index that account for factors like the race, the gender, the socioeconomic status, or we can define a socioeconomic vulnerability index for climate change affected region, or we can use an adapted socioeconomic vulnerability on the basis of the GDP growth. I mean, there is also different approaches in order to take account how the socioeconomic vulnerability can change in over time. So now all these things that we have been speaking before can be applied to any natural hazard. So now we are going to focus on earthquakes. And this is, of course, the common earthquake loss assessment procedure that we have seen many times. I have used it this time another different scheme, but at the end is what we always saw. We have, on one hand, we have the part related with our potential earthquake hazard. On the other hand, we have our inventory in our study regions. We know that even this potential earthquake hazard will generate a tsunami, and this potential earthquake hazard is mainly responsible when combined with the inventory of the direct physical damage to essential facilities, high potential user defined to utility systems, transportation, to our general building stock. And knowing that, we can easily go to the direct economic and social losses or the induced physical damage. So in our case, when we are going to use this earthquake loss assessment procedure, focus on the hazard modeling, on the hazard management, we have to think about four different main components, which is more or less what we are going to see in the next slides. So first, we need to know how to develop a stochastic earthquake event generator. We have to obtain the hazard coming from this. We have to see how we can incorporate the vulnerability of our cities. And then the hazard and the vulnerability, we have to try to establish a financial analysis procedure for calculating the losses, direct and indirect. So let's start with the stochastic earthquake event generator. I mean, as we know, in each our region, we always will have a target region or a building or an asset or an infrastructure, and we know that it can be earthquakes, it can be faults, it can be seismic zones, and in any case, what we have from scratch usually is a seismic catalog, usually starting from the past, meaning in Spain, for example, is more or less the year 100 and 1300. That these seismic catalogs are not complete because in the past, the most of the earthquakes were not recorded. And that if we want to characterize the seismicity of our region, what we have to see is how we can, using this catalog, to fit a Gutenberg Richter law earthquake generation model in order to know more or less how the earthquakes are going to happen in that region. And for example, we will see now in the next slide, if we think about Alicante, where we live, the seismicity treated in the city is going to be represented by 8 seismic zones. So this is more or less the first step that we have to follow. I mean, this Alicante is here. So this orange line are all the faults in the region, and the red lines are the seismic faults that have been defined in order to represent the different tectonic areas in which can affect the so as I told, for each one of these areas, what we do is just simply take all the seismicity. As I explained in the last training, we an histogram with the seismicity, and we fit the occurrence of the earthquake to the Gutenberg Richter law, so we can obtain annual exceedance rate for a given threshold magnitude. We can obtain the B parameter of that seismic zone. We can more or less estimate the maximum magnitude with some uncertainty for each one of these. And we can also relate each seismic zone with a fault mechanism for later computing the synthetic earthquake. So we have to do this for each one of the seismic areas that we think about that can influence in the risk of our city. And that will be the first step. So then the second step is to generate our synthetic earthquake catalogs. So what we are going to do is just more or less follow. So we have here our seismic catalog, that is past seismic. We have our faults. We have more or less smooth seismicity map, which is more or less how the activity rate is spread all over our region. Seismic source. This information we are going to obtain what we call a synthetically rated earthquake catalog. And as you can see, when we are going to simulate this earthquake, always we have to decide a minimum and a maximum magnitude. Of course, this minimum magnitude is going to be the threshold magnitude for the hazard and the risk, usually magnitude 4 or 4.5 or even 5. We have to define the maximum magnitude, and that has to be done with the knowledge on the seismic area. And we have to decide on a specific duration. For example, here I have written 2,000 subcatalogs of 245 years each. We will go in the next slide why I have chosen that. And so each earthquake is going to have a time of occurrence, which is randomly picked using a Poisson process or a time-dependent distribution. The magnitude of each one of the earthquakes is assigned using the Gutenberg Richter law, and the depth of the earthquake is also randomly assigned using the depth distribution on the area, which is also assumed a normal distribution. So the main idea is that with the current seismic catalog that I have and knowing more or less the Gutenberg Richter law in our city, what we are going to create is many different synthetic earthquakes. So we are going to allow our historical earthquakes to occur not very far away from the AR, not with a very different magnitude, but they can move from one place to another place in a synthetic, totally stochastic model. So this is more or less what we are going to do. So at the end, we are going to have 2,000 catalogs. Each one of these catalogs are going to have 2,435 years, and all of them will have latitude, longitude, magnitude, and the seismic zone. So this is, for example, when we apply this to one country, this was the synthetic catalog that we obtained. So now going back to what I have said about the duration of the catalog. I mean, think that now what more or less what we are playing is like in a casino. So we are throwing our chances and see if we get or not the luck. So how many times I have to throw my chances? It depends on how small probability you want to get. So then when you apply this, the first thing that you have to think about is which probability I want to reach. So the synthetic catalog should be sufficient long that we obtain this desired probability of exceeding or return. Then, for example, usually what we are going to do is obtain the 3% exceedance probability in 50 years. That is a return period of 2,500. So that means that I am going to be able to go to that low probability. So I will be able to get all the previous one, and the last one that I'm completely sure that I'm going to obtain more or less correctly is this one. So if, for example, I'm selecting that, then what I have to do is always that my total catalog 2,500,000 years. Okay, so that means that we 1,000 catalogs, 2,500 years in order to get at the end multiplying this number by 3. Then I know that I'm going to arrive to this probability. Of course, if, for example, I only need 475 return period, then I don't need to simulate such a big catalog. I mean, I can reduce and that will be computationally faster. So if you think about this, then you can think why I have told you before that this is a high computational effort, because we are going to process a huge quantity of data. But on the other hand, all this computational effort is going to help us to better understand how the earthquakes are affecting our cities. Why? Because what I'm going to do now is to repeat the hazard and risk process earthquake by earthquake. So at the end, what I'm going to have is exactly the hazard and the losses for each one of the earthquakes. And that's quite good because then I can sort and I can see if I'm looking for a specific loss, I can relate it to the corresponding earthquake and see exactly. This is something that when we do the classical probabilistic approach, we lose completely. We need this the aggregation of the seismic hazard in order to see more or less which range of magnitude and earthquakes have the most contribution. But using this approach, we are getting directly the losses and the earthquake, which so this is what I was telling you. This is one earthquake. So we apply our ground motion prediction equation. We take into consideration the side effects. And then each earthquake by earthquake, what I'm going to do is to count the number of accidents of a specific ground motion level, same as in the classical probabilistic seismic hazard, because at the end, remember that when we construct the probabilistic seismic hazard curve, what we are saying is just simply that a given ground motion is having a specific probability of accident. So I'm going to count all the accidents, divide all the accidents by the total duration of the car. And then that way I will have the annual rate of accidents. And from the annual rate of accidents, I can go directly using the Poisson process to the annual probability of accidents. And at the end, what I call rate of accidents or probability of accidents for each one of the ground motions. And exactly the same, I'm going to do the same process simultaneously for getting the losses for each one of the earthquakes. So I'm going to go earthquake by earthquake, and I know the ID of the earthquake, and I know the annual rate of accidents because I got it from the hazard. And using the vulnerability function, I can get the losses associated to each one of these earthquakes. And so at the end, I can do the same. I can count the exceedance of a loss, divide by the total duration of the catalog, and then I can also get the exceedance from probability for each one of the target losses, and then I got the probability curve. So that will depend more related with the scientifics or with the scientists, sorry. But of course, this information is very important for the insurance company because usually who are going to work mainly with the catastrophe modeling are the insurers, because usually they have huge portfolios with many individual policies, and they want to know which is the risk associated to each one of these policies. So given an event, the catastrophe model is going to be used to calculate this grown-up loss and see if they need to. So the idea is that we are going to assign the loss as an annual rate of occurrence and try to develop what we call an event loss table. So using that event loss table, we are going to be able to compute many interesting statistics that can be used for these insurance companies. So this is more or less the result of an event loss table where we are aggregating the accidents probability. So as I told you, we have of the events, the annual probability of accidents for each one of these events. If it is an insurer who is doing that, they will have portfolios for each one of these earthquake is generating a different loss, and at the end they will have a total loss that they can finally aggregate. And then he can take decision. For example, using this accident probability curve, they can say that the acceptable level of loss, it can be fixed to 1% probability of accident. So if we go to the graph, we see that for 1% probability of accident, the total loss is 15 million. Then the insurer can say, okay, using this exceeding probability curve, this is not acceptable. So I have to see how I can reduce my portfolio in order to reach to an acceptable level of loss. And more or less, how is the statistic procedure for the generation of these exceedance probability curves? So at the end, what we are saying is that we have our event. We have that each one of has a probability of occurrence for a given associated loss. We have to suppose or assume that the events follow an independent Bernoulli random variable. So we have that the probability that the events are one and doesn't occur is 1 minus that probability. So if the event doesn't occur, the loss is 0, of course. If the event occurs, then the expected loss will be the probability of occurrence by the corresponding loss. And what they call the overall expected loss, and you will see also sometimes as average annual loss, which is called AAL, is the sum of all the expected losses for each one of the individual events for a given year. So once we have this, we simply make the sum for each one of the events of this expected loss. And the exceedance probability for a given level of loss, of course, is equal to the probability of that the loss exceeds a given value, or 1 minus the probability that the loss is lower or equal to that value. But they are also, this is, for example, a small table where you can see for one event, the annual probability, how the loss and how annual. But for example, there is another concept which is quite used for decision makers, which is the concept of probably maximum loss, which is the loss for an annual probability of exceedance between 0.01 and 0.001. Usually it's fixed to 0.004. That is the return period of 250 years. And this is what we call the probability maximum. But also there is another concept which looks more appropriate in order to estimate the losses in the insurance, which is called the expected shortfall at a 100 year. So and this is the loss in the exceedance probability pool for all the period higher than 100. We will see in a graph now. So if we have our and the losses, if I want to know for this curve, which is the probability maximum loss, what I have to go is to select period, the annual probability of exceedance for years, then I follow exceedance probability, and then loss is exactly probability maximum. And if I want to know the expected loss value, expected shortfall, what I do is just simply I go the return period 100, the exceedance probability, the that take asset, a specific infrastructure, have a maximum value, which is if it is completely destroyed, the reconstruction value. So this the expectation. So this is more or less the theory inside what we are going to do now. So what I'm going to show you is we are going to try source software to develop the synthetic catalog, so you can do it without any problem. As I told you, instead of using Selena, I'm going to show you how I did it before in Excel, because that way you can control what you are doing and you know the step. And we will see how we can use Excel to obtain the probabilistic hazard curve and the probabilistic risk curve, the loss curve that we have. And remember, as this is a short exercise, of course, we are using many assumptions and simplifications. So in a proper way, it will be a little bit more. That's why I told you that what I did is just simply to include that as a new script in Selena. So at the end of the presentation, you will have some reference that you can use to go again to the slide and read carefully what I have said. Later, if you want to ask me any question. This is, thank you for listening to me. I don't know if you want to make me any question now, or we start with the exercise and if question for the end. Then let's start with the exercise. I mean, I gave you all the data, but I do not pretend that you open at least the Excel, because I will show you now the Excel it takes a lot to be open. But you can follow everything and then later you can repeat it. And of course, ask me any question. So as I told you, first what I'm going to show you is more or less quickly the first step in order to create the input file for generating the synthetic earthquake catalog. So you will see that you can use QGIS in order to get the most of this, and many of the tools that you have learned previously in previous presentation that you can use it. I'm going to open, I have everything ready, so let's easy to see. So, of course, first you have to well, this is here. So first, of course, you have to load the shape of your region where you are going to obtain your synthetic catalog. In this case, Spain. I have chosen a point in which I'm going to compute the losses. That can be a city, can be an hospital, can be a residential building. Here. So this is the first step. Of course, as I told you, the second step will be this is in Spain for the seismic national hazard map. We created seismic area sources which are public and can be downloaded from our government. And this shape, so if I hit any of these points, I can get the information of the seismic source. I can open the attribute table so you can see it. So you can see that it's a very detailed database. We have a code for each area source. We have a name, have the geographical context, the type, the depth, many geological information. Of course, it's in Spanish. But also we can find here, because they did it previously, the annual rate of exceedance for the threshold magnitude, the P parameter, the maximum magnitude, and the uncertainty of it. And the mechanism area related to this. So everything is there. If it, of course, if it is not there, you have to compute it previously. And this is for the whole area. You also can upload, I do here. So as you see, our government also has a cartography of the seismic active faults in the Iberian Peninsula. Shapefact. And exactly the same, you can open the attributes of this table. And again, you see that they provide very detailed information with the code of the fault, the name of the fault, the location, same as before. All the information that you need, the average, you see, the average strike, the strike error, the strike source, the depth of the fault, the error, the rake, so the error if known, the length, the minimum depth and the maximum depth. So it's also very detailed and contains a lot of information that can. So as I told you, the first part will be do that, and this will be more or less this first part where you get into the to resolve what you need. And now the idea is that, okay, I cannot use the whole country. It's too much. I don't need that. I know that I only need, if I have a point in which I want to compute the hazard of the risk, I just simply not need to create a radius of more or less 200 kilometers, 150, and get all the seismicity or seismic source around that point. So this is what I can be done easily with QGIS. So using the tools, you can use the vector geometry and the buffer tool that Anna showed us the other day. And with the buffer tool, you can say, okay, in my input layer, we see more or less 200 kilometers, more or less 2 degrees. Name this buffer zone to influence. And using that, what I'm going to do is to use the buffer to choose the seismic sources within the influence area and to choose the faults in the influence area. So in that way, you will have this use tool vector selection extract by location. So you say, okay, this is the shape file with all the my input. I want to intersect and touch with the influence buffer that I got from. See now in that way, I will select exactly all the seismic source in this. And the same with the fault, and save it as influence force. Of course, just in order to make a map nicer, I'm going to extract only the province in which my point is, following the extract attribute. So this was the initial starting, and then after applying the buffer, see, I'm going to put the point here. So I created, using this point, I created this buffer of 100 kilometers, and with this buffer of 200 kilometers, select all the area sources inside here and all the force inside here, automatically using QGIS. So then, this is, you see all the, of course, as it is a polygon, it's touched by the buffer, it's area sources to the buffer. We have, you see, we have all the influence faults that are touched also by the buffer selected. At the end, I can just simply keep all these so you see my buffer, my point which is here, the province of Alicante, the influence force and the influence. So now I can just simply take this one out and simply to see. I can just simply also, I think that I showed you in the last time that you can, there is a global PF30 model that has been obtained using this topographic slope method all around the world. So you can just simply, this is a raster file. So you can just simply cut that raster to your, you can know exactly the BS30 for your plate. So now what we need to do is just simply to compare all these sources and ports to coordinates that can be understood by the program who is going to generate the synthetic catalog. And that also can be easily done by ArcGIS. So there is a tool which is called vector geometry, extract vertices from the polygons that you have. So if you give the influence sensitive shape, maybe, then you will get exactly the coordinates of each point of the polygon. And you can do exactly the same vector geometry, extract vertices from both, and you will have exactly all the points that are delimiting the line of the fault. Let me show you. Have it here. This is, you see, this is after doing that process, you can see that each polygon now has his point. And the same will happen with the faults. Now you see, I'm going now to all these faults have the corresponding points. So now once you have that, if I remove this, what we need is so now we have a point shape file. So what we need now is just to export those information to an Excel, because now what I'm going to do is to copy the coordinates of each source to my program for generating the synthetic catalog. So the tool, layer tools, export to a spreadsheet. So using that, I'm going to export directly my points to an Excel. And I'm going to have directly the coordinates in an Excel file, which I'm going to call for coordinates or let me take the source coordinates. But anyway, you will get the coordinates. So let me show you. Have it here. So let me show you how they look like. You see, this is the same attribute table that I had initially, but now for each one of the seismic sources, I have a label with the number of the vertex, the geographic coordinate of one of these vertex, and I have everything in Excel. So I can just simply see all the different sources and which are the points of that sources, and that's why this one going in here, because now we are going to, I mean, nowadays also there is many different software in order to compute synthetic catalog using Monte Carlo approach. I have used this one simply because it was the first one that I started to work with. For me, I think that it's very easy to understand and it's very easy to apply. It's quite good explained page of the author. So it's quite easy to download it, to get the manual. Anyway, I have put it in the right folder. So But I mean, you can go to the web page and check it. The input file for generating this synthetic catalog is something similar to this. This I did it for Alicante. So you see in this test is area source, which is how we call it in Spain, and Gutenberg written law is used as an input. So I'm going to generate 100 catalog, and each one of these catalog is going to have 2,500 years. With this because it will take less time here in this computer. As I told you, if you want to arrive to 2,500 years, you have to make 1,000 catalogs. So again, just in order to make it quicker, I didn't use the 8 seismic sources. I only use 4. So here you say number of zones that you are going to use and number of faults that you are going to use. I only write 4 sources, no faults. This is simply because they are going to be random, so you write here 1 random. And noise because at the moment we are not to mix. Be like that. And now look, this is the information for each one of the seismic sources. So for the first seismic sources that has this code, I have to say that this is the minimum magnitude. That this one is the Gutenberg written law. One to use the source name. Yeah, this is Gutenberg written law. Here you have the code of the source, the number of points. This thing I think that has to be. Here is the beta value, but the p parameter multiplied by Neperian logarithm of 10. This is the number of here you have the maximum magnitude. Here you have the different depths where the earthquake has probability. And this is why we need in Excel the coordinates, because these are the latitude and longitude of each one of the points for this seismic source. So this is all this information is extracted from the Excel that we have in the thesis, or it has to be computed specifically for your seismics. And you repeat this structure as an input file for all your seismic sources, and this is the only input file that you need. So once you got that, you have to go open here. So you go to the place in which your software is. So here is in desktop. Yeah, you see I have copied here. I made a folder called Sergio, and here, this is the software. Here is the input file that I tell you. This is the exe file that I'm going to run. So if I make dir, you can see this This is the input file here, and this is the executable file that I'm going to run. So if I write that name, I'm going to write the name. You see, first it's asking me for the input file name, and I say the name of the input file, eq +1 .imp. It has to be exactly the same. And he tells me which is going to be the output. I'm going to write my output. Out. And when I run it, look, it's creating it's one of the subcatalogs. So now I have 100 subcatalogs of 2,500 GRs each. All it is written here. So here we have my output. I open with Notepad. So, and you see, this is a completely synthetic event catalog generated by Monte Carlo with the same properties of your specific catalog. And you have a first column saying this is the first subcatalog, latitude, longitude, depth, magnitude, zone number, number of earthquakes over magnitude 4 per year, the beta value, and the maximum magnitude. And this is what we are going to use for compute the hazard and the risk, earthquake by earthquake. So now we have to move all this information to Excel to make the analysis. And this is what I told you is quite hard to do in Excel. I don't see here. You can see I didn't use the whole process for Alicante, but anyway, my Excel file, when I copy everything, I did everything, is near to 1 gigabyte. So you can imagine when you click the Excel, it takes around 3 minutes in this computer to be open. But that's why later you can use it in MATLAB, which is quite fast. So, but at least for seeing what we are doing is quite nice. So I opened before you came, so now it's open. So this is you see, this is the Excel with exactly the same, and I have been adding columns to make all the computations. So let's go to the presentation. I think it was more or less. This is what we saw before. This is how we run. This is the output. So now what I'm doing is, remember, from the earthquake, we need the ground motion prediction equation to get the ground motion. So each ground motion is assigned to a specific distance. So for example, I'm using joiner board distance. So then I create a cone loop, because this is where I'm going to compute the joiner board distance. But I mean, in Excel, it's not so easy to compute the joiner board distance. I just simply have assumed that is same as the epicentral distance. Right, the formula to compute the epicentral distance, which is, so then I can show you in Excel. So you see here, latitude and longitude are in degrees. What I'm computing is the distance in degrees. I'm multiplying by 100 meters. The square root of latitude minus latitude of the site, and so on. So this is just the simple equation for epicentral energy. And look, these other columns are coming also from motion definition, because each from motion prediction equation has an uncertainty. So the paper usually is saying, okay, this attenuation have this inter-event sigma, this intra-event sigma, and you know that probabilistically we don't know exactly how many sigma can have of deviation our ground motion. So using Monte Carlo, you can also assign a random number, one of these standard deviations. What is computed here is a standard deviation of the ground motion, also taking into consideration the normal distribution. So now we have the distance, the of the ground motion prediction, and what I have done is this is the formula of the ground motion prediction equation. These are the coefficients, the ground motion prediction equation. So using this formula, I write it here, okay, and then automatically it's computed. The logarithm of the PGA, I use it now PGA, the logarithm of the PGA, and then I make it 10 over this value, and then I go to PGA meter per square inches. So that way I have obtained the ground motion, adding also the sigma value for each one of the airways. So if we go to the hazard, this is what I told you. What I did was copy all the ground motions to this column, all the PGA. You sort it. This way I sort it in ascending order. So if this is sorted in the ascending order, so you will have here the last column. This value is going back. I'll show you. So the first one, you see, this is the first one, which is the highest PGA. So this is the first one. The one which is before is the second one, and goes up till the total number. And why is this important? Because if I sort it like this, I know that this ground motion value is only equal or exceeded 1, because there is no more values. This ground motion value is equal or exceeded to 1, because it's hit and the one who is before. So you can see that easily with this sorting, you know exactly the number of times that each ground motion has been equal or exceeded. Just simply ordering the PGA for your value. So once you have this one, order like this, then once you have like this, then you can obtain the rate of accident simply dividing the number of accidents was in this column by the total number of years on the catalog. So I think that this is 100 multiplied by 2,500. And that will provide you a new volume, which is rate of accident. And how we go from the rate of accident to the annual probability of accidents, following a Poisson distribution. So my annual accident is 1 minus the exponential minus the of accident multiplied by the time. Annual probability of accident. There is one year, 1 minus rate of accident. So I also put that here and automatically solve for that. And if you want the return periods, you just make the inverse of the number. So look how easy you have obtained a hazard curve for your city. Now look, this is the hazard curve for your city. And if I compare the obtained values with the values that our seismic code obtained, they are practically the same. Quite straight away. See. For it, and our current seismic map is all 20G. So it's not very different with this small example and so many simplifications. Same as you do the hazard, you can do the risk. So first you define the cost, the build area. I have done only 2 taxonomies. Build area for 2 taxonomies, the reconstruction value for 2 taxonomies, vulnerability fragility function for each one of the taxonomies, and the sigma for slight, moderate, extensive, and complete damage. I made a here ratio. Values, then using the damage probability, I can obtain for each one of the earthquakes and the CA, I can got the damage probability of being slight, moderate, extensive, and complete. No, of course. Say that. Then and then once you have done this in Excel, you can compute the mean damage ratio, multiplying the cost ratios by the discrete. Once we have this mean damage ratio, we can multiply cost of construction, and then we have the economic loss, which will be this column here. And again, we have the same. So again, for reinforced concrete. So, and again, we have the same. We can sort the mean damage ratio, or we can sort the total losses. We can get the number of accidents, the rate of accidents, the annual probability, and the return period. Again, plotting that, for example, this will be the mean damage ratio. This will be the loss probability curve. So if you want to get, for example, the probability maximum loss for a follow this function, get exactly the same values. So this is more or less how you can develop this probabilistic way, and you always have the information of the corresponding event and loss associated to each event, and you can always actually calculate can compute many other different statistics with this event loss table. So that's all I think that I be very fast. But anyway, as you know me, you have my information. Any doubt that you have, please, you can ask me now, you can ask me later without any. And maybe as we were telling the other day, maybe for the Philippines training, we can prepare a more longer exercise with the specific information from Philippines, where we can combine all with what we have seen till now, more slow. Okay, thank you so much.
Any others? Any questions to Prof?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anything related to languages or Okay. For flattening, the middle time that they some students they might take class. Then can pick you up from the youth officer. They will take the last one. The day you boarding, you just or you or 2:30. Yeah. Yeah, like 2:30. So you think you like can give some lecture to the minimum 1 hour. So yeah, minimum 3 to 4 p.m. So if student, if some student have class, maybe sometimes that's why they will still listen to your lecture. 3 to 4 I sure, but after 4 I cannot really. But it should be okay. It should be no problem. I will tell them that this Monday we have class with that here. So then lecture Tuesday or Wednesday. One okay. One day will be okay now. So maybe because they are going to be they first I asked a morning with a team like CJSF, just beside our so we just here. But let's say if you want to go any place, you just like. Oh, don't you want to go maybe Sunday. Yeah. Maybe Sunday. I this phone with party or what? Tapi lagi tapi
Kayaknya. Nah.
so that everyone has the start to register.
Why would I go one side? But
Something important from here.
yeah.
Sì, Potem śledzenie to telewizorze. Το παίζει είναι στη τέτοια.
budget around.
Around 4:30 or something.
EDR.
Okay.
towards the next training by Prof. John.
Sergio, I'm going to close it. Say. Okay, here we are again. Today, we are going to use something not very similar in the implementation matter, but something very similar in the philosophy matter that I referred you 2 days before. How we are going to employ citizens for the purposes of gathering information, but now in a more systematically way and more, in my opinion, simply by the way. The main idea of the presentation derives from the question, after a hazard, after a situation where we have damages or events or something catastrophic, the very first minute after the hazard, do we have a clear picture of what's happening in the area of hazard? Do we? If not, are we able to receive this information easily and rapidly? This is the topic that hopefully this presentation and the tool that I'm going to present you is going to answer. How we are use citizens by providing them appropriate tool to use them as hazard reporters in order to provide us, let's say as a civil protection or as the authority that wants to receive the information, the very first picture of what's happening in order, for example, to adjust our rescue teams, to adjust how we are going to provide help in specific areas and places. So, the title is the use of crowdsourcing. We are going to use information that's sourced from the crowd, from the citizens, in order to provide impact mitigation. So, from the beginning, some facts that I'm not going to repeat it. We already, I think, all the presenters said that the vulnerability, of course, is a growing situation to increase, as I say, instead of costly disasters. We want to decrease this cost, and we are going to decrease this cost, of course, initially by reducing losses. So the situation is something like this. If we say it in marketing terms, disasters is a growth industry. There is opportunity, not to earn profit, but to minimize the losses, but also there is responsibility. And our responsibility as engineers and as, let's say, providers of information to decision makers is to provide them the tools and the information to make their life, let's say, easier and more effective of taking the right decisions in order to minimize the cost of losses. This is what we are talking about. So, the disaster, what is it? Disaster. A serious disruption of the function of a society. We put it in a more general way, which causing us, as I say, many losses, human, material, environmental, which exceeds the ability of the affected society to cope using its own resources. So our effort is how to minimize the losses we are going to have after disaster. It's not something that we can avoid. Also, we can avoid the disaster. The thing is, when the disaster comes, how the losses that are going to be produced, because there is no way to have zero losses, these losses could be manageable and not exceed the ability from the affected society to manage them. It's like a defense policy, as I say. So what we want to do is to build all these operations and situations in order these effects cannot exceed some limits that are not manageable by the society. If we succeed this by taking the right decisions, this is what we want. I say it again and I emphasize that the disaster is going to come and the disaster is going to produce losses. It's an utopic situation to try to say we are going to face the disaster without losses. No, we are going to have losses. But the goal of the whole situation is how we are going to minimize the losses above one threshold. So after the disaster, as I say, the disaster is going to happen. After the disaster, what we have? The so-called aftermath. We have, of course, some unpleasant situations. For example, waiting to be found of someone from the rescue teams, etc. We'll try to coordinate after the disaster all aid groups to help all the affected people to operate. I don't know if you have the experience of involving in response teams or in decision making about response teams after a major disaster, but the experience says as something as a miraculous way, all the plans that deployed before the disaster, after the disaster, for some strange reason cannot be applied 100% as designed. There is a craziness after the disaster. So if we have information, the real-time information of what's happening, this is something that is going to make our life as decision makers easier. So one key point that we must manage is that we must manage is how we are going to handle multiple requests of help, and where are these multiple? Where come from these multiple requests for help? From which region? In which level of help? Which level of help? Which level of aid we must provide? We have some, let's say, simple injuries. We have deaths. We must provide something specific in the area. For example, there is a chemical pollution and we must send a specific rescue team. So we must have something that can receive information, not only, let's say, from licensed users, policemen, the public servants in the area, but also from citizens. The key for our situation is how we are going to take advantage from the eyewitness, from the persons that are in the main core or the main hazard area, the people from, let's say, that suffered from the hazard. This is the most valuable witness. So we must have this information because our rescue and our responders, let's say, rescue teams, must complete all this operation. It must provide search and rescue operations. It must trace missing persons. It must handle evacuation procedures. It must provide trauma counseling. It must set up shelters, assuring security. Must distribute some first aid or initial aid. It must protect children. And then in the second level, must provide management of donation, provide restoration of utilities. All these need decisions. And this is life-saving decisions that need to be made fast. We do not have the luxury of waiting. The faster that we receive the decisions about these things, the more effective we are. But in order to have fast decisions, we must have information. So the best decisions, I say, are the best informed ones. So what is the problem that we try to solve here? We want to make, we must design, we must make decisions, sorry, we must take decisions, but we need information. And we need information not only from the channels, the information channels that we expect, but we must employ witness, we must employ citizens that affect it. So, how technology helps in this one? We can provide a scalable management of information. So we can make an hierarchical receive of information. Not all information are important. We must have some tools in order to, let's say, filter the information. We must have a tool that provides us efficient distribution of information. Maybe our database that collect this information that we are going to use is not is going to be used by several people or several authorities, but maybe they do not need the whole information. So we must have the mechanism and the tools that provide the specific portion of information. We must provide automatic assessment, which means no delays for calculations. All things must be available in real time and not near real time, in real time. And we must provide live situational awareness, which means that the reports as well as the information must be updated in a basis, a new data is entered, a new report is updated. So, these requirements, in order to be solved, needs the help of what's so-called participative research. The participatory, in other words, the community-based research, is the situation where we engage the community to produce and mobilize knowledge or information, while maintaining the relevance and legitimacy among the stakeholders in the field, in the area of hazard. The levels of participation of community. I must say that, okay, the word participatory or crowdsourcing or crowdsourcing, it's a trendy topic nowadays, but not all participatory operations are valid. So, and not regarding the quality and also the quantity of information. We don't need the most information that a society can produce. We need specific information. And this is what we must keep in mind when we design the tools that are going to receive the information. We don't need everyone saying its opinion about the hazard, because then we don't have information. We have a crowd that speaks. We must limit the kind of the information that we are going to receive from the people in the channels, in the fields that are valuable for us. And that's it. So we need simple, clear, and let's say restricted answers from the crowd in order to be fast, responders, and efficient. Not many words. Simple and efficient. So, the participatory knowledge, we can, let's say, separate it in the following three areas. The local knowledge, which is the informal knowledge that is developing over time and change over time, and is produced and held by individuals and communities based on experience. And we expect it to vary within a community by using demographic criteria. The special local knowledge, which is a subcategory, relates to the space citizen experience. So, give you an example, where people feel safe and unsafe, they are going to receive from the same people, from the same event, different responses. If the people feel safe, and make him some question, is going to receive us a specific profile, but if it feels unsafe for the same hazard, we are going to receive different profile. And from this, we can produce the so-called participatory mapping, which is a bottom-up approach that is related to our project, or how to all this information, all these answers that we receive could be mapped in a way that is going to be useful for us to take our decisions. So, if we are going to, let's say, present an hierarchical model with 4 levels, we are start from the citizens assertions and volunteer provide new information, the so-called crowdsourcing. Then, if we are going to leave the society and the citizens not only to respond, but also to make some decisions before responding, which means that we are going to use citizens as basic interpreters. And this is called the volunteer thinking, not just producing. We go to the level 2, which is called distributed intelligence. And accordingly, the participatory science, where at this higher level, the citizens involved also in problem definition, data collection, and then we go to the level 4, extreme citizen science, where the citizens used in collaborative science, which means involved in problem definition, data collection, and analysis. For our purposes, it's sufficient to stay at level 1. If we are going to design a system that can bound the response of the citizens in the areas that are valuable for us, in other words, we are going to interpret the information, we are going to think, we are going to model it, we are going to design, then from the citizens, we want only the information. Okay, and this is the simplest approach. If we move in a level upper, we involve citizens up thinking, then we must think, build, and deploy some validation mechanism, which is not an easy task, how the citizen is going to respond to me. So the experience up to date says that if this one to us as designers, as engineers, as decision makers, and I want you, from you, citizens, only the initial information. Of course, not everything, but the initial information that I'm taking into some bounds. Give me the information because I have the research teams, I have the experience, and we are the decision makers to decide. And this is easier because keep in your mind that after the hazard, the moments after hazard are some stressful moments. It's not very practical to expect that the citizen every citizen has the ability not only to give us information, but also to think and compile what is going to tell us. We just want from the citizens something that is not going to provide thinking, something, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, this is, I'm going to run now. I'm not going to think what I'm going to read. So we want the minimum effort from the citizens, provide us the piece of information from the area of the hazard, and that's it. Then let's say we let them free. Okay, so this is why we stay on the level 1 crowdsourcing. Just need the information, nothing else from the people. How we come now to the practical part. How we can collect data the citizen. Any suggestions? By phone. Take us phone, send us SMS. As engineers, we are going to use technology tools. Okay, so our suggestion today, of course, is to use open source tools in order not to bound the specific commercial products. And we are going to present you a toolbox called Kobo, which is a platform that initially designed to fill forms, web forms, any type of forms. By optimizing this tool, we are able to provide to the users in their smartphone a very simple application that we want only from the user after the hazard or after a situation that we are going to see later in practical session, to give us some information, and by providing them a limited set of choices in order not to leave him unguided. We guide him in what type of information we want from them, give them a big button, say send data, and that's it. Then we receive it in our server and we start make calculations and take decisions. Ideally, this must be the situation. So, the toolbox that we are going to use, the Combo Toolbox, as I say, it's a suite of tools for field data collection, which means that we know that we are outside, okay? So it's optimized for field data collection, which can be used in mobile devices and, of course, in laptops, because we can open a browser page and run inside it the whole procedure. It is based, if you are familiar with the Open Data Kit, which is the de facto open source mobile data collection tool. That means that it's something which is something free that ensures the long-term stability of the product. And it allows us to create forms and use them on our mobile devices as it creates an online, we are interested with for the online database of the form responses. Me, you, or everyone else who is the administrator of the system can see all the responses in a dashboard from the database in friendly way, mapping, tabular, extracting to Excel, we are going to see later, and start make decisions. All this operated in real time. So imagine the situation. A big earthquake happens. We know that we have collapses. We provide the citizen with this tool. We educate, of course, the citizens to use it, which is an important and crucial requirement to run successfully this type of projects. I open a parenthesis here. The most sophisticated tool to provide to the citizens, if you are not spent equal time to educate them, failure is the only way. So, as a suggestion and as a from my personal experience, when you design operation like this, design also the appropriate and corresponding educational procedures. You must provide tools and you must educate people to use them. I close the parenthesis. So, assuming that we have educated people, after this hazard, imagine the situation that we have witnesses that send us their situation, if they are injured or not, if they need assistance, if something very bad happened and we have the photo, the video, the geolocation, an audio snapshot of this situation, and collect them as, let's say, we are the civil protection in a dashboard. How easy this could be to prioritize our response and say, without waiting for, let's say, the formal announcement from the local policeman, we have two collapsed buildings here. We receive from the citizens, I am injured, the building in my neighborhood, this building, and the photo is collapsed. Look, I hear someone, and you hear also the sound. Please send. Where? you also receive the geographic locations. Imagine the situation. This is what we try to provide. So what we are going to do today in the workshop is, of course, I'm going to make a short introduction of the platform. We are going to say design one or two projects. So we are going to design the form. We are going to collect data from you. And we are going to make a preliminary analysis of the data. This is the time allows. Of course, as I say earlier, if we find it interesting, we are here in the next workshop to make more sophisticated procedures. But this is the basic route that we are going to follow today. So, a brief introduction. What information can we collect from the field? Geo information, point, routes. We can collect routes, someone routing, area. All this can be defined by the information that provided from the users. Take photos, collect, of course, other data, answer questions, typical survey data, you know, questions, pull-down menus, yes, no responses, which all this can be synced immediately, which means sent to the server and I have real-time information. This can be collected in mobile devices and in laptops, but to be realistic, we expect from mobile devices. And of course, the key element here is that we are going to design all this without, you are going to design all this a little bit later, without any prior knowledge of programming. It's a fully graphical interface with obvious wizard steps. I say it. So this is the 3 steps. This is that characterize the full data collection cycle. Design the form, deploy the form to the public, data collection from the public, analysis from us. Just a simple 3-step procedure. So the theoretical part, because I want to make more practical things today, is finished. Do you have a preliminary picture of what we're going to do? We are going to use a platform which we are going to design some forms, and these forms in a magical way are going to be transferred in our smartphones, and then we start gathering data. So in order to do this, we need 2 steps. First of all, must. So anyone who wants to involve, you must register to the server. This platform, for more technical details, has 2 types of implementation. Either we use the cloud of the provider, which is very sufficient and it's free for humanitarian operation, just like us, not for commercial, or we download, if we want, the whole platform and we give them to our IT guys and install them locally. Personally, I use this approach. So what I give you as a small note which say GeoDRR and the number is the username that I want each one of you to select in the registration page. So the registration page is here, okay, kobotoolbox.org. Here as username, please use the username that I provide you in the, all the other details will be your details, but I need them because I'm going to add you as users in my project, which is the first project. In order, this is a step that we must know when we employ citizens, when we are going to employ citizens, we must have some registration procedure in order, let's say, to know who is sending who. Okay, we need this. So the registration process is something that we must demand. So make this, and then please, if when you find Yanni, I like if you need the assistant, tell us, and then please download in your phone. Where is sorry. This application from Google, from Play Store, called Coco Collect. Of course, I can share publicly, but what someone is not assistant. Some projects, public. See from, especially from students, the guys. The public noise. So if you these approaches appropriate or not, works. Just only from yes. But if you have an icon that one as well. It's not enough here. The same situation with I don't know, I'm not a developer, but today they of course they are going. Yes. They are going to, but initially, because it's a new project, initially they start. But I can show you now with the whole project. So, okay, I'm not going to do anything as long as you activate your account. I'm going to show you. We are going, hopefully we're going to do scenarios. The first scenario is that I am going to show you how simple it is to show a project. And you are going to act as my partners. We are going to send information. Then if we have enough time, you are going, each one of you, let's say you can work in campus in the trips, I don't know. One of them are going to design a project and the others are going to provide data. Okay. So, what is the, let's say, the operational siting? First of all, we must create, and I'm going to create a form. We can create a form from scratch. You are going to see how from Wizard, or if you are familiar to form creation in Excel, which is something that many people use, you can just upload the form creating from Excel directly here. And this is going to be recognized because many surveys people designed in Excel. So you can do in both ways. When we start the form, we are going to start questions to the form. And when we finish the questions, we save the form. The platform makes a validity check in order not to write things that cannot be compiled. And the form is deployed, which means uploaded to the people. What are the questions that we can add to the forms? Selections. Select one of many. Are you okay? Yes, no, I don't know. One of them. Select many of many. Provide free text, provide numbers, provide decimals, provide the date, the time, the date and time manual, providing GPS information, line, point, and area. Yeah? Provide a photo, an audio snapshot, a video, a note, a barcode, and a knowledge tick, yes or no, a calculation from obviously previous field, numeric fields, provide a ranking, a metrics, provide rating. How injured you feel from 1 to 5. 1, I'm quite okay, 5, I'm dying, let's say.
6
Okay, I'm already dying. So this is the things that you can add. Of course, this is what I tell you before. You did this. And just to give you an idea of what is the procedure with the smartphone, when you install the data and connect to the server, this is what you use your username to the server. The sequence of procedure is you press the button, get blank form. Probably the server does not has only one project, so you select in which project you want to participate. You get the selected form, then you press fill blank form, start answering the form, and when you are in the end, you press the save. You have one more chance to edit the form, and if you don't want to edit, you press the button send. Otherwise, you press a button edit the form. That's it. Okay. Or that's it. Okay, so action. Action time. I am going to log in. And I'm going to show you how simply, how is the procedure, and then start. This is the dashboard that I have as, let's say, the civil protection. Yes. You cannot access the website. The rescue team is coming.
Not even
Not
deploying
the rescue team.
yeah.
Without filling the form. So, if later on when you deploy some project, the first thing that you see is the so-called deployed projects. What project you have in order to expect answer. Okay, let's focus on the earthquake scenario, and then later maybe we can search for a flood scenario. Okay.
Potential flood.
Yeah, yes. Flood alarm, let's say. In an area that you are not install anything from sensors, you have people to send you if a flood situation is going to happen. Send you responses. The level is rising. What happened? Or don't think only the extreme hazard. Think, let's say, pollution. I see something here. What is this? Is the photo. What happened here? Mr. Authority, what's going on here? So, this is the main screen that we have. I delete all the questions that we have in order to show you from the beginning of the situation. So, why not create a new one? Build from scratch. Or use some templates as for an XLS form.
From scratch, yes.
Of course, build from scratch. Project title, PRR, whatever you want. Project 2. Earthquakes. 2, sorry, the project 2. Okay, it's a Greek earthquake scenario. Okay. Here you must, it's obligatory to select the sector in order to gain access, free or not, to the server. If you select something that is related to commercial, they are not going to leave. So you select educational, public. Okay, usually I select this or humanitarian. And let's say, as we are in Malaysia, create project. Directly to the form builder. The form is currently empty. So the first thing that we must do is to add questions. Now, we don't have questions. We are going to create it. Later, after 2 or 3 projects, you are going to see that your questions is a little bit repeated, but slightly different. The tip here is when you have questions like this, you are going to add them in your library, which is the library of questions for all projects. So if I have a library now, I could be directly add from library. The question is just, let's say, micro adjustment of the title. But this is in future. Now we are in the blank screen. Yeah, so we are here, plus sign. Add question. The title of the question and type of the question. First question, obviously the coordinates. Okay, where are you? Where am I? Because the citizen is going. Where am I? The citizen is going to. When you press the add question, it's going to give you what type of question. So point, lovely. Point. Question hint, it's an explanatory field that if you want to tell him, just another thing that I tell you is all these geo questions are calculated automatically from the GPS of the, yes, the GPS of the smartphone, obviously. You are not put a lot long, okay? So you are going to see it, obviously. So maybe you make an explanatory hint, just press button. Okay, just press button. It's not required, just. Okay, lovely. Another question. Let's, are you injured? Huh? Are you injured? Okay. Are you injured? So where am I? Where are you? Yeah. Where are you? When? Are you injured? This could be a question with one answer, not many. One of many. Yes, no. So we select this type of question. Select one. So option 1, yes. And section, no. You see here, when I press that, say something like XML value. This is for the experienced Excel guys, because this form, as easily it can import from Excel, with the same easiness, you can export to Excel. So when you export to Excel, you must export it according to the open data forms format, which say that all values will be compiled in XML. So here you don't bother what value is going to be extracted as field because calculated automatic. What means automatic? You are not going to have overlapping fields this form. But this is in the case that you want to export the form. If you do not export, you just ignore. You focus here. You don't need to do it. Yeah, to do something. Yes or no? We need another response. Of course, no. So, are you injured? Then, let's say, can you report maybe the tell me some question. One logical sequence that I think is we are going to ask him if he is injured or not. If he needs help.
Are you mobile?
Yes. Do you need help?
Do you need any?
Do you need help? Another obvious question. But now the first, let's say, obvious question arises. If we are going to ask him, do you need
Medical assistance.
Do you need medical assistance? I like it. Assistance. With type of question is, again, yes or no, okay? This is what I tell you. This is a repeated type of question. I can put it on the library and just don't say yes, no, just change the title. Okay, but for the next, yes, no, I am here. I add question to the library. Okay,
Yes.
and I'm going to make a small stop here. Why? I want to show you something. First of all, I make a 3 question form. I'm going to save it. And I'm going to make a preview, this I here, in order to see you something that is going to be a problem. Where are you? Okay. If the geolocation is on in the computer, it's going to find us. Okay. We say here, are you injured? Yes or no? Are you injured? Yes. Are you injured? No. Do you think that it's logical if it's not injured to ask for medical assistance? This arises the problem number 1. Don't want to ask him this question if it answers no, which means that we must start thinking of what is calling conditional questioning. So I'm going to introduce you now the conditions. If the response is this, then you are going to how we can do this? Very easy. We are going to the questions that are going to be hide or not, and here at the settings, here at the skip logic, and we press add a condition. This question will only be displayed if the following questions apply. If the are you injured is yes, then the question is going to be okay. Let's say if this works. Here, are you injured? You see? No. Not. Validate. Bye-bye. Yes? Here.
Yes.
And this can be continued. Let's continue. If this guy is not injured, maybe he or she can report. Okay, let's ask him, can you report? Maybe he's not injured, but cannot report. Okay, let's add another question. Can you report? Why I'm open the library? Because it will be a yes/no question. Okay, so Okay, I already put, but okay, I take this because this is what that I construct with you. It's the previous one. Are you able to report? Are you?
Let's take that from the.
And take it from the live, drag and drop. Okay, drag and drop and put it in
The same question.
Yes, because I make some tests.
Oh,
But I'm not trying. I don't want to cheat. I'm going to use the question that I at the library with you. Are you able to report? Yes, no, again. So, if it's able to report, okay, save. Okay. If it's able to report, what type of report we want from this guy? Obviously, a photo and maybe a video and audio. So let's add the three of them. So add question. Provide a photo. Add what type of question is photo. Okay, that's it. Provide a video. Of course, you understand, but I'm not doing it in order to save time, that these questions can be marked as required or not, or optional. Okay, it's obvious. Okay, provide a video. Add question, video. Provide. Send us something. Audio. So these three questions must be valid, must be showed in any case. No, only in the case that the people, that the student is want to report or is able to report. So provide the photo. Skip logic. Are you able to report? Yes. Okay. And here also. Are you able to report? Yes. And are you able to report? Yes. Okay. I think it's enough. As you got the meaning. I press save. I make a quick preview to see that everything is working. Are you injured? Yes. Okay. Are you able to report? Yes. And this is no. Are you able to report? No. Okay. Okay. So we are ready. What is the next step after saving? We go to the main dashboard. Look something here. What we create, it's in the draft mode. It's not already uploaded. The last step that we must do is to deploy. And now if we receive this, the deployed form, everything is uploaded. If we have some error, maybe we have duplicate fields, maybe we start with some strange characters in the beginning of the field, this is going not to be deployed, and we are going to have the error report. The field number 5 is here some stuff. It's very explanatory, hopefully. So now the form is deployed. The next step is the citizens start to send data. In order to receive data from you, I must add you as the registered users, which this happens here. Starting from GeoDRR number 10. GeoDRR number 10. I can give you some permissions, okay? But now I give you the common permissions to view and add submission. I can validate you also to change things, but it's something, you know, it's a user policy. As a user, GeoDRR number 10, who is It's not registered. So DRR number 11. Now, why?
20.
Eh? 20. Why not? Ma fai pure? Ok. Ah. You download the Kobo Collect? Okay. We are going to make a all turn around. Yes. Yeah. Oh. Casey. Eh? Ναι, okay. Περίμενε. This is the server URL that you must put in Kobo Collect. $33. Wait. Jeff. wait for the smartphone, which I'm going to show you. I'm going the web link to start filling data, pretending that you all have iPhones, but I'm going to. So the public link here. Can you see the link? Can you see the? Huh? Yeah, can you see it? Here I. The geolocation. You want to add, to give you this link in bigger font. Okay.
Okay, put it in there.
Okay. Copy notepad. This one. It's better.
Yes.
This is the link of the project if you have iPhone, or if you are going to use it.
On the
Yes, on the computer. So you can start working. Meantime, I'm going to solve your registration problem. This one, that's a power. Okay. Just remember to turn geolocation on in the turn geolocation on in order to find you. Okay, this is something that I didn't expect. Spam block because we use. Have the form in the web format. Can you see photo? 7. This link, yes, but this is what the demonstration because we are going to the com. For example, get the camera. Camera. Satisfied with the number of samples. Save. Okay. Where's the camera? Okay. Let me show you how it looks like. Where is the camera? Γιάννη, για να βλέπω τι δείχνω. Όχι. Where is the camera? Dan, how can I to the camera see my phone? On the camera, you see my phone. We are going to stop WebEx. How
The screen.
not the screen, the camera.
No, the screen of the tablet.
Where is the camera?
So you want to show the phone to this?
Yeah. Okay, this one. Lovely.
换那个 layout。再，不是你去换那个 set layout，然后再
Yeah. Γιάννη, για εξηγήσου, σιγά.
Yeah, I have to block.
Εμπειρία, ρε φίλε.
Κάτι κάνουμε, πού είναι η κάμερα?
Αφήσει.
Αλλά πρέπει να...
Άστο, το κρατάω εγώ, άστο.
Θες να μην έχει πίσω φώτο για να μην... Κάτσε να το κρατάω το τηλέφωνο για να εσύ να το χειρίζεσαι.
Ορίστε. No, I'm going to show it from my phone, but it's the same with the web base. For example, I'm going to take get blank form.
How can we stop the rotation?
Can we stop the rotation?
Where is the?
Σταμάτησε. Άντε, βάλτε.
Maybe you try to reduce the brightness of your phone.
Yeah.
Okay, is it better?
Okay, so fill blank form. Where are you? And it's moving. It's moving.
This moving, I don't know how to set this.
Okay.
Δεν ακούω τίποτα. Πρέπει να είναι στο mute. Ναι, στο mute είναι. Το account του School of Humanities φαίνεται να μου μιλάς. Α, τώρα εντάξει. Καλημέρα. Καλησπέρα. Δεν ακούω.
Εμείς είμαστε βασικά, οι άλλοι είναι για μάσα.
Α, ωραία. Εντάξει. Οπότε μιλάω ελληνικά. Τώρα ακούω.
Ναι, κανονικά.
Τι γίνεται?
Εδώ μας έχουν πεθάνει, θα φάμε από το φαγητό να πούμε.
Ωραία. Εντάξει, καλά τα περνάτε. Η προσαρμογή ήταν εύκολη.
Τι?
Η προσαρμογή ήταν εύκολη.
Χειρότερα τα περίμενα να σου πω, αλλά εντάξει, μια χαρά είμαστε. Δηλαδή, φάση, εντάξει, normal, άνθρωποι, καιρός normal, μάσα μέχρι, σαν να μην υπάρχει αύριο.
Τρώτε ωραία.
Ναι. Και γενικώς, ναι, είναι ωραία. Bottom line είναι ότι είναι ωραία.
Μια χαρά, τέλεια. Εξαιρετικά.
Εντάξει, θα ξαναρθούμε του χρόνου. Οπότε, σε
Τώρα ήταν η
βάζω στις
πρώτη φορά.
υποψήφιες.
Εντάξει, ευχαριστώ. Είναι η πρώτη φορά που είχατε επαφή με αυτούς? Δεν είχατε. Είναι η πρώτη φορά που είχατε επαφή με αυτούς?
Με αυτούς τους συγκεκριμένους, ναι.
Α, δεν το ξέρω. Νομίζω ότι είχατε συνεργαστεί.
Αλλά με έκπληξη ανακάλυψα ότι.
Εγώ θέλω να
Το είχα χαμηλώσει.
Το έχω χαμηλώσει, γιατί όταν θα αρχίσει να μιλάει η κοπέλα.
Χρειάζεται, θα το φτιάξει ο τέτοιος μετά. Τώρα θα μας πάρει. Δεν έχει τέτοιο επιστροφή. Για πώς γίνεται αυτό τώρα?
Γιατί είναι ανοιχτό και το μικρόφωνο δικό σου. Και θα το κόψουμε το δικό.
Μαλάκα, αυτό κλειστά τα μικρόφωνα.
Δεν είναι από εδώ, πρέπει να παίρνει από εδώ.
Απλά για να με ακούει, το έχει ανοιχτό τώρα. Και κάνει ηχό.
Τέλος πάντων. Λοιπόν, αυτοί έχουν υπογράψει, λέει, με το Παδά, δεν το ήξερα. Και στέλνουν και φοιτητές κιόλας στο Παδά. Και εμείς κοιμόμαστε όρθιοι.
Εράσμους.
Ήρθαν και μου το πάνε τώρα. Μου λέει, Γιουνίβα, μου λέει, εμείς εδώ και 2 χρόνια. Δεν είστε σοβαροί. Έχουν, λέει, υπογράψει και δεν ξέρουμε τίποτα να πούμε εμείς.
Ωραίο είναι το Εράσμους. Και εντάξει, γενικά εγώ θέλω να ξαναπάω. Γιατί τώρα είμαι Εράσμους στο Κάιρο. Σήμερα τελειώνω.
Σε αυτό συζητάγαμε τώρα. Μου λέει να έρθετε, λέει, γιατί μόνο εμείς στέλνουμε. Λέω, παιδιά, ούτε το ξέραμε ότι έχουν υπογράψει, λέω, memorandum μαζί σας.
Απλά η κινητικότητα αυτή κρατάει αποκλειστικά. Γενικά το Erasmus Plus ICM είναι από 5 μέρες μέχρι 2 μήνες. Εμείς το τρέχουμε μόνο το 5ήμερο.
Όχι, αυτό δεν είναι τα Erasmus που υπογράφουν τα ιδρύματα. Αυτό είναι Erasmus Plus που έχω εγώ, τα οποία είναι πρόταση για να κάνεις κάτι που χρηματοδοτείται από το Erasmus. Τώρα, το πόσες μέρες θα μείνουμε εδώ, εμείς είχαμε βάλει 5ήμερο, μπορεί να ήταν και 10ήμερο, θα μπορούσαμε να βάλουμε και 1 μήνα. Είναι εντελώς free, δεν είναι αυτά τα ιδρυματικά. Είναι κανονικά σαν
Εγώ αυτό που είχα καταλάβει, μπορεί να κάνω και λάθος, είναι ότι γενικά το πλαίσιο, το Erasmus Plus είναι ένα, δηλαδή και είναι funded από το European Commission, και από εκεί πέρα από κάτω, από αυτή την ομπρέλα, υπάρχουν διάφορες δράσεις. Μία από αυτές είναι το Staff Mobility for Teaching και το άλλο είναι collaborations. Αλλά πρέπει να είναι το ίδιο framework.
Το ίδιο είναι ακριβώς το Erasmus Plus. Εμείς δηλαδή φαντάσου ότι το ΠΑΔΑ έχει πάρει ιδρυματικά μία δράση κινητικότητας προσωπικού και φοιτητών.
Ναι.
Που τους στέλνει. Το προσωπικό για καμιά εβδομάδα, τους φοιτητές που τους στέλνει για το εξάμηνο.
Σε αυτή τη δράση, λοιπόν, οι καθηγητές στέλνονται μόνο για 5 μέρες. Δεν μπορεί κανείς να πάει για λίγο περισσότερο? Σε ένα πανεπιστήμιο,
για
όχι.
5 μέρες στο ίδρυμα. Δεν έχουν περισσότερο. Αλλά αυτό είναι, φαίνεται κάθε φορά στις ανακοινώσεις που βγάζουν.
Γιατί, ας πούμε, για μένα που είμαι σε early career stage, θα ήταν πολύ σημαντικό να πάω ένα μεγαλύτερο διάστημα, π.χ. 1-2 μήνες, για να εξασκήσω λίγο και τα αγγλικά μου περισσότερο.
Εσύ λοιπόν, εκεί δεν μπορείς να πας από ιδρυματικό. Εσύ λοιπόν εκεί μπορεί να πας από ένα, σαν και αυτό το Erasmus Plus που έχω εγώ, το οποίο ας πούμε ότι καθόμαστε, γράφουμε μια πρόταση όπου θα πούμε ότι φτιάχνουμε ένα δίκτυο με άλλα πανεπιστήμια, όπου early stage researchers
θα ανταλλάσσουμε τα πανεπιστήμια μαζί μας σε αυτό το τομέα και θα πηγαίνουν 2 μήνες. Και αν εγκριθεί,
Ναι,
το
αυτό.
κάνουμε. Καταλάβεις, σε τέτοια
Αυτό θα
φάση.
ήθελα εγώ. Επίσης,
οποίο
δεν
το
θα
γράφω.
μπορούσα να πάω.
Το οποίο
Και
να σου πω
πολύ-
ότι τα νέα, ας
να το
πούμε, μου
γράψουμε.
είπαν εδώ πέρα να το κάνουμε.
Ναι, ναι, αμέ. Και εγώ, με χαρά.
Οκ, και είναι μέχρι τέλος Φεβρουαρίου και θα κάτσω να γράψω ένα τέτοιο. Οπότε, δηλαδή να είμαστε σε
Μόλις
τέτοια
επισ-
φάση.
Μόλις
Σε
επιστρέψω να
early
το δούμε
stage
αυτό.
research, όχι μόνο.
Ναι, γιατί δεν μπορώ εγώ να αξιοποιήσω το δίμηνο εσωτερικά από το Ίδρυμα, επειδή δεν είμαι μόνιμο προσωπικό. Έχω συμβάσεις
Μα
εξαμηνιαίες με
ούτε,
έναν.
πρόσεξε με, ούτε εγώ μπορώ να πάω χρησιμοποιώντας το ιδρυματικό Εράσμους πάνω από μια εβδομάδα. Δεν μπορώ. Πρέπει να ζητήσω να είναι sabbatical μετά δεν
Α, είναι
καλύπτω.
σε sabbatical.
Μετά δεν καλύπτω.
Αυτό ήθελα. Η σαββατική δεν είναι Εράσμους. Είναι άλλο
Είναι.
πλαίσιο. Αυτό το sabbatical που λέμε, η σαββατική άδεια. Δεν είναι. Δεν μπορεί να είναι με πλαίσιο Εράσμους. Είναι άλλο πλαίσιο
Όχι.
για να εγκριθεί έτσι.
Όχι, είναι στα δικαιώματα που έχεις, ας πούμε. Δηλαδή, αυτό θα σου πω ότι εγώ για να πάω μια εβδομάδα.
Και δεν χρηματοδοτείται περαιτέρω.
Μμ?
Δεν χρηματοδοτείται περαιτέρω.
Πάνω από. Τι.
Ας πούμε, για να πάει κάποιος με sabbatical κάπου. Είναι με ιδίους πόρους.
Ναι. Δηλαδή, παίρνεις το μισθό σου και αν μπορείς να πάρεις κάποια χρήματα από το πανεπιστήμιο που θα σε δεχτεί.
Ναι, πήγε
Επειδή
κάποιο
δεν
project,
παίρνεις
ας
από το
πούμε.
ελληνικό
Κάτι
κράτος.
τέτοιο. Κατάλαβα. Μάλιστα.
Είναι όσο τι κάνεις μόνος σου.
Ναι, ναι,
Αλλά
κατάλαβα.
τώρα
Αυτό εντάξει, το έχω πιάσει.
Επανερχόμενοι σε αυτό που είπες, δηλαδή ένα καλό Erasmus Plus θα ήταν τώρα να κάνουμε μια πρόταση με αυτούς εδώ για να κάνουμε ανταλλαγή early stage research.
Ναι, ναι.
Για 2-3 μήνες.
Το early stage μέχρι πόσα χρόνια από το διδακτορικό είναι? Τυπικά.
Νομίζω είναι 10 χρόνια τη λήψη.
Α, εντάξει.
Το νομίζω θεωρούν early stage.
Μας πιάνει
10
δηλαδή.
χρόνια τη λήψη διδακτορικού και όχι πάνω από 40. Maximum 40, δηλαδή άμα το πάρεις 33.
Εγώ
δεν
στα
είσαι
10
στα 40.
χρόνια από το διδακτορικό δεν θα έχω κλείσει τα 40.
Δηλαδή είναι για πραγματικά early stage. Δηλαδή,
Οπότε θα με
αν
πιάνει.
πάρεις διδακτορικό
και τα
45
10.
δεν είσαι early stage. Τι early stage να είναι στα 40.
Και 35 να είσαι, στα 5 χρόνια χάνεις το δικαίωμα. Αλλά επειδή εγώ το πήρα
κάτι
πρώτα για
τέτοιο.
30, μπορώ να το εξαντλήσω για μια δεκαετία το δικαίωμα.
Είναι 10 χρόνια ή όχι πάνω από 40.
Α, νόμιζα και τα δύο κριτήρια.
Ναι. Πρέπει να μην περνάς στα 40. Ξεκινάς από εκεί. Να είσαι κάτω από 40 και να μην έχουν περάσει 10 χρόνια από τη λήψη του διδακτορικού.
Ναι, ναι.
Αλλά αν είσαι 41, έχεις χάσει αυτομάτως.
Ναι, ναι, κατάλαβα.
Λοιπόν,
Τώρα δηλαδή σε 5 λεπτά ξεκινάμε, είστε on time το
κοίτα,
πρόγραμμα.
δεν νομίζω σε 5 λεπτά, γιατί 1-2 τώρα βλέπω ότι έρχονται. Απλά δηλαδή μπορεί να είναι σε 10 λεπτά.
Εντάξει.
Εντάξει, άμα θες να φτιάξεις ένα καφέ και τέτοια άνετα. Δηλαδή
Έχω φτιάξει μια χαρά.
Α, εντάξει. Νωρίτερα από 10 λεπτά δεν το βλέπω. Απλά.
Και έπρεπε να πω νωρίτερα να παρακολουθώ.
Όχι, ρε, τίποτα. Τώρα.
Εδώ έχετε και ένα evaluation, έπρεπε να το συμπληρώσω κι εγώ.
Το evaluation, όχι, είναι το evaluation που είχε βάλει επάνω, ήταν για τους παρόντες.
Α, γιατί είναι.
Κάνουμε εμείς εδώ πέρα κάτι τέτοια. Και το άλλο ήταν με τις φωτογραφίες, να δεις τι ταλαιπωρία περνάμε. Αυτό μπορείς να το δεις. Μας πήγανε χθες σε κάτι ποτάμια και μας ρίχνανε μέσα να μαζεύουμε κάποιες και πώς το λένε. Ρε, κάτι άλλο μαζεύαμε.
Τώρα χάθηκε το link. Ποιοι είστε εκεί από το Παδά?
Από το Παδά έχω ένα φίλο Εδίπα από τους ηλεκτρολόγους. Αυτό δεν είναι άλλο. Ο Τσάτσαρης ήταν να έρθει, αλλά το ακύρωσε τελευταία στιγμή.
Δεν ήρθε ο Τσάτσαρης. Ναι. Τι, έχει προβλήματα με τη μητέρα του?
Ένας επίσης ένας συνάδελφος από την Κρήτη, έτσι είναι ένας ερευνητής. Από το ΠΕΚ εκεί πέρα που έχουν. Αλλά ο Τσάτσαρης δεν ήρθε, οικογενειακοί λόγοι, λέει.
Εντάξει. Τρέχει και με τη μαμά του, όπως ξέρω,
Κάτι είχε οικογενειακό, εντάξει, τώρα δεν επέμεινα περισσότερο. Μου λέει sorry, αλλά δεν. Μαλακία, αυτό ήταν ότι μου το είπε τελευταία στιγμή. Θα μπορούσα να πω λες οποιονδήποτε άλλον, αλλά ήταν κλειστό στο. Δηλαδή μου το είπε εμείς στις διακοπές, ας πούμε. Θα μπορούσα να πω σε οποιονδήποτε άλλον.
Και είχατε κλείσει και εισιτήρια και τέτοια?
Καλά, άστα τώρα αυτά. Αυτά τώρα πρέπει να σκεφτώ εγώ τώρα να το σχεδιάσω. Γιατί ήταν τελευταία στιγμή και δεν ακυρώνεται τίποτα. Και δεν μπορούσα να κάνω σύμβαση σε κάποιον άλλο να έρθει, γιατί ήταν κλειστό ο Έλκο.
Κατάλαβα.
Αυτά είναι τα προβλήματα. Τουλάχιστον έχουμε κι άλλα. Πάμε αλλού τα λεφτά. Ξαναρχόμαστε εδώ του χρόνου.
Στο ενδιάμεσο, ποια άλλοι partners είναι? Βλέπω εδώ Πολωνία.
Ποιοι άλλοι partners είναι? Κάτσε, ξέχασα λίγο. Είσαι εδώ Πολωνοί, Φιλιππινέζοι, Μαλαισιανοί, Καμπουτζιανοί.
Α, δηλαδή το μόνο εντός συνόρων, ας πούμε, ευρωπαϊκών είναι η Πολωνία.
Μόνο η Πολωνία, Ισπανία.
Α, έχετε και Ισπανούς. Α,
Έχει
ωραία.
και Ισπανούς.
Η Ισπανία πού?
Το Αλικάντε. Άμα κανονίσουμε εκεί πέρα, είναι και απέναντι από την Ήμπιζα, καλά είναι.
Γενικά, αν υπάρχει χώρος, και η Πολωνία θα με ενδιέφερε εμένα, που δεν έχω πάει.
Πολωνία να πάμε.
Και έχει ιστορικό τουρισμό που μπορούμε να κάνουμε
Ναι.
η Πολωνία και θα έχει ενδιαφέρον.
Πολωνία να πάμε, υποτίθεται. Δεν είναι στο πρόγραμμα, αλλά επειδή το πρώτο meeting που υποτίθεται το κάναμε στην Πολωνία έγινε online, επειδή τώρα πήραμε παράταση, παίζει να το κάνουμε στο τέλος, δηλαδή το πρώτο 24.
Πολωνία, αν είναι, θα θέλουμε στο Κατόβιτσε. Είναι
Κάτσε να πάμε.
Είναι το ωραιότερο μέρος που έχουμε πάρει να βάζουμε.
Αλλό είναι το ωραίο. Κάτσε γιατί ήρθανε.
Ωραία. Εγώ ακούγομαι γενικά,
Τώρα
έτσι.
το ρίχνουμε στο επίσημο. Θα κάνουμε κάτι μικρορυθμίσεις τώρα, θα φωνάξω εδώ τα παλικαράκια, γιατί εμείς έχουμε κλείσει τα μικρόφωνα για να μιλάμε, έτσι. Οπότε θα αρχίσω να σε ρωτάω εγώ, μας ακούς, δεν μας ακούς. Γιατί τους τα χαλάσαμε τώρα να μιλήσουν. Οπότε, σιγά σιγά.
Professor Kloupis, maybe you have to turn off the lights.
I am here, yes.
Yes, I think that you have to turn off the lights because the slide is
Yes,
quite,
we are going to shut it down. We find very sensitive.
Meaning that people the student well-being, public knows how many things are going to yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know any other open source similar to Google?
Yeah. One of them is what I used earlier, is US Hadidi. Hadidi.
Hadidi.
It was also a very good one, and the main difference was that it is based on map-based reports. Map-based. There's also a mobile enabled, yes, either in iOS or, but there's some restrictions. Free. Was free, but the totally free. The cloud. Some limitations that for free is very difficult, but for free you install your own server. Otherwise, you install to a paid plan. And one not exist. When I see something transformed to be paid, I start to worry what is going to happen in the future. This is I use it for many years, for 5 years, very stable, very good, very okay, very user friendly, more user friendly. But I said, let's find something alternative. I also have a server. Maybe I can show you. I can also have a server. But I said, let's try something else. Of course, the one that has a totally transparent API, and the import and export is like what else? What else is there? HANA. Who is preparing something? Yes. What else? Then Keto, but is a well-formed generator. It is not so strong regarding the form.
There are few.
Yeah.
Obviously, all of them have some, disadvantage.
The only one that has something of everything is this one.
These are, yeah.
Something of everything. Reporting, analyzing, import, export of this one. All the others, yes, maybe should be superior or something, but that does not care. This is the only problem.
Sure, yeah.
Yes, you Elizabeth, did you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you, but you have to stay closer to the microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we start? Yeah, okay. So, next presenter will be Dr. Feloni from the University of West Africa. I'm going to shut down the lights in order to share your screen, Elizabeth.
Hey. Can you see my screen? Huh?
So, Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Chloupis. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today and to join your event. And of course, to have the opportunity to address an interesting and promising topic regarding natural disasters. And more particularly, I'm going to present you a GIS-based multi-criteria decision-making framework for the preliminary assessment of vulnerability. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. I'm a geologist hydrologist. My first master's degree is relevant to water resource science and technology. My second one is on prevention and management of natural disasters. And my PhD, as well as my postdoctoral research, is on floods, hydrometeorology of flood, and GIS applications. I have around 10 years of experience in research projects relevant to hydrology, hydrometeorology, climate change, GIS applications, etc. And now I'm adjunct assistant professor at the University of West Africa. Here you can find some contact information. Well, the framework I'm going to present you was under a semester's student project in a course regarding prevention of natural disasters. Professor Chloupis, I hear my voice. It is repeated. And it's quite confusing for me. If you can fix it, thank you. Well, so a master degree was running in the National Kapodistria University of Athens during the period from 2004, that's fine, thank you, to 2013. It was a master program between 1 year and a half and up to 2 years. And during the second semester, students are required to submit a semester project regarding preliminary assessment of natural disasters. So under this project, students are required to select their own case study. Mainly they used an administrative unit of our country. They searched for their own for the data collection, and they implemented the methodological framework I'm going to. They submitted their report and their geo database. So the objectives show how to design, develop, and apply a GIS-based multi-criteria decision-making scheme for the preliminary assessment and, of course, mapping of natural hazards vulnerability. I'm going to show you this methodological framework through a case study. I have selected an island in Greece. And in this presentation, we're going to see both the theoretical part and some practical aspects. So I have also constructed a project with all steps analytically As we don't have enough time, I have this project here. Also, the data you have shared with us, and we can discuss on that after the presentation, if you like. To begin with, natural disasters is one of the most important fields of study in the area of geosciences, as the escalating rain of heavy precipitation, droughts, forest fires, and other hazards induce to several impacts, including excess mortality, agricultural losses, and ecosystem damages over countries. So better understanding of local characteristics, addressing vulnerability, is among the key approaches to build the resilience of a society. And of course, this framework contributes to the area's prioritization under the national civil protection plans, let's say. But in the context of a master program, this approach will help students to better understand both the nature of the natural hazards and the factors that contribute to this phenomena. The definition of the term natural hazards. This term is referred to all atmospheric, hydrologic, geologic, and wildfire phenomena that, because of their location, severity, and frequency, have the potential to affect humans, structures, and other human-related activities. So the vulnerability assessment is of great importance in order to identify the areas that are under high risk, to manage the spatial planning of a developing region, for instance, to make the proper decision for taking protective measures, and generally, these actions may reduce infrastructure damages in the concept of an integrated management of the hazards. So the contribution of GIS, Geographical Information System, is shown in a lot of relevant literature, the previous work. Here you can see some examples regarding landslides, forest fire hazards, flood-prone areas. And what we are going to discuss is a basic methodology called Universal Soil Loss Equation. Maybe you already know it, regarding erosion hazard. A methodology first proposed in 1996, and after that developed in the frame of a European project called Metalus. This is a multi-criteria analysis decision regarding desertification identification. The implementation of the landslide susceptibility index that it was set under the frame of a dissertation thesis regarding the landslide hazard mapping. A methodology proposed in the frame of a live project called Forest Cities regarding the identification of areas prone to forest fires. A methodology based on the maximum environmental sensitivity, seismic intensity scale regarding seismic hazard mapping. And finally, a framework, again, a multi-criteria decision-making based framework for the assessment of flood hazard. So as you can imagine, data regarding the geological formations of the region, the lithology, the soil distribution are required. The geomorphological as well, maybe a high quality digital elevation model. Some hydrological data that can also derived from the dam, And of course, a layer regarding land use, land cover distribution. As we will see, methods utilize various GIS tools and the theory of multi-criteria decision making. There are some aspects we can also discuss regarding the criteria weighting. I mean, when a methodology regarding a hazard takes into consideration, for instance, 5 factors. The first issue is the factors importance. So we have to weight using a method this criteria. Another fact is the criteria's standardization or classification, depending on their nature and the values, on their values. And of course, the way we perform the combination among the criteria, with the most commonly used method being the weighted linear combination. After that, when we have our results, a final step is the way we map the results. Let's say the final score regarding each hazard. So there are many techniques regarding classification methods with, again, a very well-known being the Jenks algorithm, the natural breaks technique that is also provided through the ArcGIS, where we have set our example. Or some methodologies propose their own classes, their own values per class of hazard, as we can see. So let's proceed to our case study. This is Zakynthos Island, located in the western part of Greece. I have already shared with you my presentation to Professor Kloupis' email. So you can see, if you click on this map, you can see the exact location of the island. I have chosen this island because it concentrates different characteristics. As you can see, there is a mountainous area on the western part, where the eastern one is plain, and here are located the most human activities. There are different land uses, different geological formations, so the behavior of the hazards is quite different. Other parts are more vulnerable regarding, for instance, seismic and flood hazard, and other are more vulnerable regarding, for example, desertification and soil erosion. So it is an ideal, let's say, case study. Here you can find some more analytical details regarding this region. And here you see some examples of past phenomena, seismic hazard, past forest fires, flood events, and landslides. Let me begin with the first methodology regarding soil erosion hazard estimation. This framework is based on the universal soil loss equation. Here you can see the formula. And the USLE method requires data regarding geomorphology, climatological characteristics of the region, land cover, and some derivatives of these layers, as we can see. More particularly, R factor is related to the rainfall, K to the soil distribution, L and S are related to the slopes, so they are driven by the digital elevation model characteristics. And the last two factors are related to the land cover layer. Here is the formula for the LS calculation. And here, from these states and for the following present examples, in which in each slide I show you in this place the factor regarding each methodology. Here we have the examples, and in this frame you see the data sets we need for each step of applying the methodology, and after that the extension, let's say the tool inside the ARC toolbox that is required for the implementation of the methodology. So to begin with the rainfall erosivity factor, we need data regarding the annual precipitation depth. As you see, is an area with quite high annual precipitation depth. Maybe generally, when we have measurements of the area, they are provided as point data on the position of the meteorological station. So we have to calculate the aerial distribution. We usually use the average rainfall altitude relationship, or if this kind of data is not available, we use data sets, for example, TRMM or other remote sensing based data sets that are available in the web to reach this layer. So after the creation of the layer, we calculate the R factor. Soil erodibility factor is the one related to the soil lithology distribution. So we reclassify the layer regarding this information, and then we generate the raster in the resolution we have selected for our analysis. The topographic slope related factor is given using the surface toolset of the special analyst, and by introducing as input the digital elevation model. The L factor is related to the cell size, and after that we can calculate the LS factor. In the same way we work with the land cover layer. Here is the factor regarding land cover management. So we select the appropriate values for each type of land cover. And finally, using map algebra, we can calculate the annual amount of soil erosion per cell of analysis. Regarding the second hazard, the desertification, we present the Medalus project method that introduces the Environmental Sensitive Areas Index, SAE. This index is derived from the calculation of 4 other factors. This is a soil-related factor, SQI, a climate quality index, a vegetation quality index, and finally the management quality index. As you can see, we will see later on, each factor requires around 3 to 5 extra layers for its calculation. SI index finally can be characterized related to their values to these categories, from SE to critical, that describes the critical situation, to N, non-threatened areas, and here are the subcategories and the corresponding description. So this is the formulas for each factor's calculation. For instance, you see that soil quality index requires a layer regarding texture, parent material, rock fragment, depth, slope, and drainage. So the soil quality index is related to layers relevant to the soil and the slope and the geomorphology of the region, the climate related to the climatic layers, and of course aspect is one layer related to the geomorphology, but it is also related to the climatic characteristics because aspects is related to the sun and the radiation a place receives. The vegetation index and the management quality index are two indices that use the land cover layer for the calculation. Finally, SI can be calculated using the previous four factors. And now I'm going to show you some examples for each layer used for the desertification calculation. To begin with the texture, we utilize the layer regarding soil distribution. Here you see different classes and the value attributed to each one of them. And we finally create the corresponding field in the shapefile, and after that we generate the raster for the analysis. In the same way, we work with a parent material, the soil depth, the rock fragment. We reclassify in these classes, predefined classes according to the methodology. We reclassify then the slope, the layer regarding slope, that where we calculate the percentage slope using the digital elevation model, and the slope tool in the spatial analyst toolset. The hydromorphy, and after the slope, of course, we use the reclassify tool. The hydromorphy is based again on the permeability of the geological formations. So we attribute the appropriate values to each category. And finally, with using the previous layers, we calculate the SQI in the map algebra, in the raster calculator. The second factor for the SI index calculation is the CQI, as I already mentioned. Here we need three layers. The first one regarding rainfall, a second one regarding aridity that also requires data regarding temperature, annual mean temperature, and the aspect layer. Here you see the proposed classification for precipitation. All areas in this case study are in the same class of precipitation, value 1. Regarding aridity index, all areas are in the value 2 in the 6th class. And we reclassify the layer of aspect and attribute the value either 1 or 2, depending on the aspect of its cell. Finally, we calculate the CQI index, and again, there are predefined values to describe the high, moderate, and low climate quality of its area. To go to the third factor, index, the first factor is one related to fire risk, and we classify the different types of vegetation. So here in this table, you see an example. It's different type of vegetation and the value. Again, regarding soil erosion protection, you see the predefined values. The drought resilience, again, as a function of vegetation type. the vegetation cover. Here, the decision maker may contribute to the final value that we attribute. And here we see an example of the calculation of the VQI. Again, the classes are predefined. Finally, the factor regarding management. Again, we use the layer of land cover. Here are the classes of land cover that are used, and we extract the urban fabric from the entire methodology, from the entire application. As you can imagine, the urban areas are not under desertification risk. The second factor is regarding policy enforcement, from fully protected areas to inadequate measures regarding protection. And here is the result for MQI index. Having calculated all these indices, we finally calculate the SIE based on this formula. Here is an example for our map, and here you see the predefined values of the final score and the class of severity based on the table I have already shown you. And in gray, there are the urban areas. To proceed to the landslide susceptibility index, again, we can see various approaches in the global literature. Here I'm going to show you an example proposed by Psomiadis under his desertification, it's his dissertation, his PhD thesis. So Psomiadis proposed the landslide susceptibility index is one index based on 11 factors, namely the geological formations of a region, the land cover type, where we used a data set available from the European Environmental Agency, but I have seen that you already have data regarding land cover, the mean annual precipitation regime, the soil depth, the relative relief, and the curvature, topographic slope, and aspect. These four factors are given as outputs from tools that are included in the surface toolset of the spatial analyst. And finally, some factors, proximity-related factors, and more specifically, the distance from the stream network, road network, and active faults in the region. So the formula for LSI is this one. You see different factor weights. And here you see the same example for the Zakynthos Island. The reclassification of the geological formations. Of course, there are available tables that propose the appropriate value for each class, for each different type, for example, of geological formation, or for each class of surface slope, percentage slope. So here you see the predefined classes and the proposed value in this scale. Again, this is the land cover classification for this methodology, for this hazard, the precipitation classification, soil depth. In the same way, we work for each factor, the relative relief, curvature, aspect, distance from rivers, faults, road network, and finally, with the map algebra, we can estimate the LSI. Here you see two different representations of the risk, because I want to highlight, to note that for example, here we have 6 classes of hazard. And here I have already created this map with 5 classes of hazard. And as I have already said, the classification method of the final score affects the results. What we want to show as a result. Here, for instance, we see that we have more areas that are vulnerable regarding landslide hazard. And after using this classification, these different classes values, for example, for the very high hazard, we see a less significant area that is under high landslide hazard. To go further to the forest fires hazard, I'm going to present you a methodology proposed in the frame of Forest Cities Life Project. There we have to analyze data regarding land cover, the slope that is of course them derived, the aspects of surface, and 3 layers regarding proximity, distance from road network, power electricity network, because in Greece many forest fires are related to the existence of the electricity network, and distance from settlements and landfills. And this is the formula for the forest fire hazard. Here you see the classification of land cover factor, again the proposed values and the groups of land cover types, a different percentage slope classification and the proposed values, the classification regarding aspect, the existence of a landfill here for this case study, the layer regarding distance from settlements. Here you can use either the center of settlements or the outer boundary of the settlement polygons, the road network distance and the buffer zone of 50 meters used for this analysis, a buffer zone of 30 meters for the power electricity network, and finally the forest fire risk. Here the values are predefined again because we keep this scale from 0 to 5. Other issues that can be discussed in the frame of forest fire hazard management is, for example, if we have the firefighting infrastructure given in these red spots, we can evaluate the readiness regarding a region, and if we have to relocate some stations. And another fact that is important is the visibility of the total area, or especially the areas that are under risk. For example, this is an area that suffers from forest fire phenomena. We have also evaluated the results using historic available events. So this is indeed an area of high risk, but the location of the fire lookout towers together with the positions of the settlement cannot provide visibility to this prone area. So these factors are also tested in the frame of this analysis. Then the seismic hazard. Here we are going to present a methodology that is based on these 2 references. Both approaches use the maximum environmental seismic intensity scale, a quite new seismic intensity scale proposed in 2005. This approach requires data of geology that we have already used for other hazards, and we also need a layer regarding active faults. Here we have an island, like your case, so we don't stay at the faults that are already exist at the mainland, but we also need a more extensive frame of to be analyzed, both in the sea and on the shore. So we also use the relationship of Wells and Coppersmith to link the fault's length to the maximum magnitude. Here is the equation. And as this is a quite active area regarding seismicity, we have a lot of active faults. So we analyzed only those that are more than 5.8 kilometers in length. After that, after the creation of the layer regarding faults and the calculation of M, the magnitude, we have to create some zones of equal intensity. And when M is less than 6.4, we create 3 zones with radius 15, 31, and 53 kilometers for the intensities of 8, 7, and 6, respectively. And when we have a greater magnitude, we define 4 zones. Here you see in the same way the radius and the corresponding intensities. There is a final step where we perform a change in intensity related to the geological formation. So we use a classification proposed by Monish-Ree. And finally, we create maps of expected intensity of ground shaking. Here is the classification regarding geology. You see that when we have alluvion, wet sediments, and formations like this, we have to increase the value of intensity, while when we have rock, for example, basalt, granite, etc., we have to decrease the expected values. So here is the layer, a raster layer regarding geology. And here I provide you 2 examples. The first one is regarding case A, where magnitude related to the length of the fault results in a value lower than 6.4. Here is the epicenter distribution. We use a methodology to put denser points close to the center of the fault, and the location of the epicenters is related to the as I have already mentioned here, to the focal mechanism of its fault. If we have to put the epicenters just on the fault for strike slip, or if it is a normal fault, we have to decide in which direction to put the epicenters, etc. So we have here the epicenters, and we create the 3 zones of the same intensities. in its zone. And here you see the legend. For example, the zone closer to the fault epicenters is of the highest intensity equal to 8, and it is 15 kilometers in radius. And after performing the final step regarding change in intensity, we have the expected intensity map. Another case for largest fault. Here we have the existence of 4 zones, as you can see, the second case, and the final map. And here we have a composition of the whole seismicity in the area. We have taken into consideration all active faults, and here you see the different classes of seismic intensity. Finally, regarding flood hazard, there are many available approaches in the global literature. They are based on that are based on multi-criteria decision making. They use different factors as criteria that trigger flooding. They also take into account different methods for the criteria's classification, standardization, etc. And they attribute different weights. Here you can see some examples. There are more sophisticated techniques. So I'm going to show you something, let's say, more appropriate for postgraduate students, just to understand the nature of the events and the nature of its factor. We have taken into consideration the most decisive ground-based factors according to the literature. For the majority of the factors, we use a standardization process. The first equation is used for factors that their highest values contribute to the flood occurrence. For example, a factor related to the surface imperviousness. The higher the imperviousness, the higher the vulnerability. And the second one is used for factors that where their lowest values contributes to flood occurrence. For example, slope. The lower the slope, the higher the severity. So we transform each factor using these 2 equations, or some factors that are from their nature classified layers. For example, if we take into consideration a layer regarding land cover, then we have to attribute values in the same range. For example, from 0 to 1, if we consider this transformation. Then we have performed very commonly used approach for the weights, the factor weights determination, the pairwise comparison proposed by Sati. Now we use, as I already said, more sophisticated techniques in order to avoid, for example, the subjectivity of the method. We perform the fuzzy version of Sati. Anyways, here this analysis resulted in these proposed weights regarding each factor. The first one is the factor relevant to slope. The second relevant to the imperviousness of the surface. In some literature, you can see this factor called as soil sealing. For the European territories provided by the European Environmental Agency, a factor related to the permeability of the geological formations, the Euclidean distance from the settlements, from the streams, and a factor related to the surface runoff is one called flow length, and it is provided through the hydrology toolset in the spatial analyst. Here you see the normalized values of the slope. As I already said, we use the second equation for the transformation in order to reach the highest values close to 1 in the areas that are in the flat places, close to 0 actual values of slope. Here is the layer regarding the imperviousness. This is provided in a different cell size from the European Environmental Agency. The classification of the geological formations for the factor of permeability, the distance from the settlements. This is provided after performing the Euclidean distance tool at the toolbox. Here we have the same layer for Euclidean distance from streams, and here is the flow length. And here you can see the values of higher flood susceptibility, let's say, after using these factors. As we can proceed to some conclusions, here I have some take-home messages. We discussed that GIS applications are very important for assessing the area susceptibility to natural hazards. As we can see, these approaches are based on the collection, analysis, and visualization of spatial data. We have already discussed that different methods drive the results, and of course, the classification of the final results led to different hazard maps regarding each of the hazards discussed. This framework, this analysis, can contribute to master program's objectives in order to provide students the skills in order to be more specialized in applications relevant to natural hazards. And this analysis may be the first step for the prioritization of areas which are the more vulnerable in a region, the prioritization of actions needed, and where to perform further research and to, let's say, apply more sophisticated practices and methodologies. And of course, this is the final, the first step regarding consulting for the services, the local services. We have discussed that this raster-based processing can be performed in order to provide maps of different classes of hazards. And of course, I have to note that results vary according to the methodology followed. We have just discussed only a small part of the available methodologies for each hazard. And of course, the availability, the quality of data, the selected approach, the scale we perform the analysis, and the analysis itself, for example, the cell size we choose to perform the analysis, affect the final results. This approach, of course, can contribute to the prioritization of risk, which hazards are more significant in a region and which are less significant, and it is a way to prioritize again the measures we have to take in an area. So it is a first step for some further suggestions, let's say, regarding infrastructure, regarding systems that are required in a region to monitor this phenomena and other actions. Here are some suggested references that you can go further in order to reach a detailed framework. And thank you very much for your attention. So if you want, of course, I'm here for your questions. And if you want to show you some examples in the GIS software, I'm available.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, of course.
Elizabeth, can you proceed with some examples?
Yes, of course. So here is a project regarding your data. You have already shared with us a layer regarding the boundary. So first of all, we have to decide the extent of the analysis. This might be. Here you have the admin boundaries that are useful in the stage of the analysis of the results and for the prioritization of the areas. Here you provide some OpenStreetMaps that can be used, for example, roads, rivers, and other layers that can be used for factors related to proximity. Here you have the SRTM DTM, that is a 30-meter analysis digital elevation model. For example, if we just utilize open data, we can proceed to raster analysis in the same cell size of 30 meters, and this digital elevation model can be used for the creation of the related factors. Here, for example, please give me a minute. If you want to give you some details, here we have the ARC toolbox. This is the spatial analyst tool, and here we have some, in order to perform analysis in this, of course, you have, first of all, to activate the extension regarding spatial analyst. And inside this spatial analyst tool, we have the one called surface. Here you can see the tools I have already mentioned, for example, aspect, curvature, slope. Okay, there are also some useful tools in the toolset called hydrology. Here, for instance, you can calculate the flow length that is needed for the flood hazard identification. This tool does not require directly the DEM as input, but it needs a flow direction raster. So before we perform this analysis, we have first to calculate the flow direction. Here it is the same name for the algorithm. And here you put the DEM, the digital elevation model layer. You acquire the flow direction, that it is then the output the input, excuse me, for the flow length. Okay. To perform MARP algebra for the factors standardization, for instance, or for the in order to apply the formulas for each factor, you use in the spatial analyst again. We go to the the map algebra. We use the raster calculator in order to type our equation. For example, maybe I should show you this example in our case where we have the whole layers, all layers that are required. Okay, in order to calculate a factor related to soil erosion, here you see the formula. Okay. It's time we make the same, we work on the same way. So we have to multiply the factors that are related to this to this soil loss hazard. R factor times K times L. No, time LS. C times A, etc. Okay. And then we have to set where we are going to save this layer. Excuse me, it's quite slow. So here I have some general layers that are required to perform the analysis. First of all, as I already said, we need a digital elevation model. We need data regarding land cover, regarding road network, regarding the settlements boundaries. If we don't have accurate data regarding this, we can extract this information for the land cover data set. Then we create the factors that are related to the digital elevation model, aspect, percentage slope, etc. And then we work in the same way to finally perform the analysis for each factor. I think that I didn't show you two tools that are also required. The one is in the map algebra. In the data management. I think. No, give me, please. No. Again, in the spatial analyst, here is a tool set called reclass, and here is the tool reclassify. You put as input the raster you need to reclassify. For example, give me a minute to find a proper example. Here. For example, regarding landslide susceptibility index, and more specifically for the factor topographic slope. We have, first of all, the layer regarding slopes, and we have predefined classes. The first step is to classify our layer in this classes, up to 5, 15, 30, 45, and up to max. So we have a layer regarding percentage slope. Maybe it is here. Or we can make it again from the beginning. Anyway, I have here, I think, the slope in degrees. Let me show you an example of the steps, but we use different values for this analysis. Okay, so we go in the layer properties, in the symbology, we choose classified values, we set the number of classes, and here we change the breaks of each class. For example, depending on the methodology, we put the proper values. Okay, so here are, let's say, the proper values. And to perform the reclassification, we use this layer as input. In some versions, the predefined classes are kept. In other versions, like this one of the arc map, you have here to do the same thing, to change the number and the breaks of each class. For example, we work this way. Okay. No, this is max. Okay, max 62. So the new values that we want to set are these. Okay, or using a different methodology, maybe these values may alter. Okay, I want to say something that this specific tool does not keep digits. Okay, so if, for example, the new values are 1.5 to 3.5, etc., you have first of all to create a raster with values 15, 20, 35, etc., and then to divide with 10 this raster in the raster calculator. It is a technical detail, but we have to mention also this. Other tools that are needed for this analysis, for example, in the data management tool, here in raster processing, raster dataset, excuse me, is this tool, Mosaic, and Mosaic to new raster. Here you can combine different rasters to create one. This tool is required for the seismic hazard, where you have, if you work separately for each area of intensity, and you finally want to create one layer, one raster, including all these areas, because when you create the buffer zones, here is a buffer zone of 6, here is of 7, etc., and you want to keep the highest intensity per area. So here you can select the operator, and we use, in this case, the maximum. Okay. And then for this step, we perform map algebra. So we go again to the spatial analyst map algebra Russell calculator, and we perform sum between this layer that I have already discussed regarding intensities and the layer of the average change. So if the expected values of intensity in this example for the island of Zakynthos is 6, here you see that almost the island is under the area of 6. When we perform the final raster calculator, we have this result with different values related to the geological formations. Okay, we have now a distribution in the intensities. Okay. What else you may need to discuss? If you need more details, examples, of course you can say anything. Based on your data sets, of course, you can proceed to a same example to set a course, for example, but you also need data regarding lithology or soil distribution, maybe, and the digitization of the faults in the whole area, the whole region. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And I'm in your disposal if you need further details or if there are any questions. Or generally, if you want to discuss on these methodologies. Hello, I think you are muted, so I can't hear you. You look muted again. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. We have question from
Excuse me, I
Hello?
can't hear. Yes? Hello. Maybe you have to go closer to your desktop or what, to your microphone.
Is that okay?
No, I have echo using this microphone.
maybe you type off the mic, talk over here. Talk here. Off the microphone. Off the mic.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi, Prof. Pedon. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, now I think I can hear you.
Yes.
Please. Yes.
Okay, good. Good.
Yes, fine.
Yes.
Yes.
I would like to ask how you integrate a participatory approach on the multi-criteria decision process using the GIS as a tool. You got this?
How have I?
I just
Maybe you have to stay at the desktop. Maybe you can repeat from there.
I think that's the question.
Okay, so
Uh,
the question is, how do you integrate?
yes, now I can hear you, and I have already seen the question. So you mean how we perform the analysis in GIS?
Yeah.
Yes, we utilize the GIS capabilities and the methodological framework of multi-criteria decision making. And as you can imagine, you perform map algebra to calculate finally the hazard for each cell of the analysis. So there are available methodologies, or we can modify these versions to our own needs, to the spatial characteristics of each region. For example, in some areas, some factors are more important, so we have to alter the weights for each factor. And we perform the analysis in GIS. After that, of course, in case there are available historic data, we can evaluate the results.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Of course, after this workshop, I remain at your disposal for further assistance or giving you details regarding the whole process.
It's the next.
Elizabeth, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Everyone who is interested, I will share your contact details, and maybe we can have the opportunity to meet everyone here in the next event. So thank you very much.
Of course. It could be my pleasure. Professor Chlupis, you can share with your colleagues
Yes, I'm going to share the presentation.
final
Yes. I'm going to
version of
upload it
PDF.
on the Google Drive.
Yes.
Of course.
I have sent you an updated version of the PDF.
Yes, I received. I'm going to upload it. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Wish you good luck with this event. Have a nice time. Enjoy your days there. Bye.
All right. So our next agenda will be a lunch, a tea break. Okay. So we'll continue at 4. Okay. Continue at 4. Tambah lah. Tak, saya tak bawa saya, you baru nak pergi. Tak perlu tak nak pergi. Kenapa tak bawa saya? Bagi dia.
So it's in the like, this one.
And we have an automated slide changer. Have an automated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In a few seconds, we're going to connect with our technical center, hopefully. I have cut down this presentation to a few slides. It was approximately 30 slides. I'm going to very quickly cover the role of Novell on this project, which is over and above website, media, and the creation of the virtual e-learning tool. We are using here digital psychology through digital thinking in an e-environment in creating a virtual possibility. The interaction between the student, the professors, and the administration can only be live virtually if you have inputted your courses. So we have all of you here, and I want one to tell me that he has inputted his course, just one university. This is work deliverable 2. Nobody has. Which button? Okay. So without course material, we can't really create a virtual environment, because with the course context, we are able to demonstrate the Moodle, we're able to take the Moodle, put up the videos, and so on and so on. The second part that is becoming a little bit difficult is that none of you can tell me when will you be delivering the course material. Can one tell us? Just one. somebody who can deliver course material. I know for a fact that this university can deliver. They are the first, they have a course material which is ready. So my proposal is that we use the course material of this university as a platform to base the whole course. Therefore, we will do a separate evaluation for this course, and then each university can use the same material and translate it into the language. What do you think? Any comments? Yes. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying the status of the BED. But the problem, at least for Xavier University, the concern that is the cause why we were not able to begin from stopping the courses at BED. We're not given the administrator account for the 8 courses.
Yeah, but this is not to do with the pedagogical delivery of the course. It has to do with the technical, what you are referring to. On the word one process, we carried out the talks of the website and the platform. And we had the opportunity at that stage to clarify the technical needs, which we did, and they were approved. But I can answer that question beyond the technical need. The registration can only take place once you have inputted some material.
We could not input the material.
Why not?
Because the courses are not yet created, right?
Yes, they are.
No.
Well, this university has a full course ready.
Maybe I cannot really speak for.
Because we need a course how to use virtual learning environment platform and how to add some materials and how use our platform. No all platform, no typical platform. We need very clearly information how to use our platform, how to add material and how to start it.
Yes, but we have sent an email asking for one example course, so we can input the master course. Once we have one course, then the platform opens. Without a sample course, the platform doesn't open. And I think what I'm suggesting is to use the material that this university has, if you agree, so we can open the platform with a sample. It's not going to be live, it's going to be in a demo mode, so everybody can use it and practice and learn how to use it. Now, the 3 universities here have already worked on this platform, and you 3 universities, myself, and our technical center have a great experience of how to use the platform. So one of you 3 could have inputted the course because you've already done it, and it would have helped the rest. So when the talks were carried out, there were a clarification on the process of the delivery of the sample of the courses. But at least there is a website and there is a platform. So what we did on the work program 2, we developed the geomatics of the disaster that you wanted, and the development of the GIS and the DDR in the learning environment. And the duration was between November 21, and we delivered this on the 31st of December 22. So the development of the virtual GIS DRR learning environment was concluded through the report of specifications, the development of the VLE, the content provision by responsible partners, if you look at deliverable 2.2, and the incorporation of content to the VLE. So the production, and we produced the trainer's guide and user's guide. Does any one of you has the user's guide and the trainer's guide? Okay, but you haven't downloaded it before. You have, because the trainer's guide of how to input was available to you, and the user's guide, and the live communication was also available. So the production of the trainer's guide and the user's guide can be used, can be downloaded. So on the FOR program, the development capacity building to the academic, administrative, and technical staff, the contribution to the delivery guide and the academic administrative was also in the study visits that you went. So on the 5 program, there is the quality plan, the quality assurance monitoring, and the evaluations. So there was a participation in all the quality assurance monitoring and evaluation tasks. So now we will come to the 6th, dissemination and exploitation. And then we have the 6.3 that will develop and manage the website, while the partners will contribute to the regular update through the news, the articles, and what we described in the dissemination plan that will be developed. Any questions so far? Is it clear? Do we have any questions? Has anyone attempted to enter the platform? I think you have, haven't you? You definitely must have, because you are already loading on 2 other programs material. So certainly the University of Patabong has access to the, as well as this university, and the University as well has access to the platform. You're logged in as users, not as administrators. In order to be able to input, you have to log yourselves in as administrators. So they have to be administrators. Right. This is why I asked this morning if you could register in the morning. So by now you would have had an answer back with the registration. It takes some time because they go one by one. Yes. Yeah, I will explain now. Okay. One administrator per university. One administrator per university. Or one administrator per university. Once you register, then the technical center receives an email and they authorize. What we will do, we will create a list of all the administrators and send it.
Sequence of what the so now straight on account when you invest. So please decide now. That I suspect until the connection with the
They can try to give them access.
so this is what I am expressing. And then the technical department provides a live demonstration, either with your account or in
What they will do. And the result,
the whole course. And if a course material needed,
we have already created a sample data slide.
yes, but see the whole procedure. Really provide to the whole procedure from the beginning, even with the pattern course.
So this is why I asked this morning, please register. So we have some time to.
Ask.
Because the other day I asked, have you input any? And they all said yes, and I was surprised. Said, how did they do it?
It's always happened. Now, and not. Straight on account exists.
University.
Google Drive, just put one per university, name and email, and we will answer back immediately. Send this to them, and then by the time we finish, they will know. Yeah, but the answer is behind it.
Excel, Excel thing.
So, what we have done, we changed the person who will do the demonstration. We put a technical person.
I don't know the
Not normal.
Oh, I'm sorry, who is, don't you know what? There we are.
In your orang dia nak buat, they have to share their screen.
This is the,
Then we have to share the screen.
have you given them, have you given them access?
No, no need. They can just leave them. Yeah, we do not need to approve or give them any approval. They can just directly click the share.
They have to share their screen.
Yeah.
Please share those screens so you can be connected.
Him to pick something. Then he's unmute. Something.
Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning, can you hear me?
So now we share. This is your colleague.
This,
right?
this is the technical guy.
Can
But when we get no list, then we give them a new password.
We
Not a problem.
it's much more passport. So we have the proposition. We have this list, but something wrong is we have passwords. Maybe we send this list once more for administrative, of course.
Final list.
Final list once more.
And then we delete the old ones.
Yes.
And we have the new ones.
You get the new ones with passports. Days, I think, weeks. Not too long.
Okay.
But now we have the time and we count the time. Please present.
Excuse me. He's talking, but we cannot hear him.
cannot hear him.
Okay. To present new course on, for example. No,
This is live.
Like,
This is
okay.
live. But there is system videos, all step by step training. We created.
Okay. To
Hello.
present the case
Hello. Can you hear me?
and after that.
Mr. Rico now.
Yeah. That's an easy part. That's only emails. We will delete all the old ones and we will use the new one.
Maybe can you ask him to check? Sorry? Can you ask him to check his mic because he's not talking. Right? When we talk, so you can see that he's not talking. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
But it has all.
Νίκο, μάλλον δεν σε ακούνε, γιατί μου γράφει με ακούς εσύ?
Ναι.
Μου γράφει ο Μάριος να ελευθερώσεις το μικρόφωνο.
Ελεύθερα είναι,
Μάλλον...
αφού εσύ μ' ακούς.
Okay.
Ναι.
Αυτοί έχουν πρόβλημα.
Σ' ακούμε και τους δύο.
Okay.
Ωραία.
Okay, perfect. Now, can you hear me?
Yeah. Now we can hear you.
Perfect.
Can I see you also?
Yeah, can you please open your camera also?
Yes, of course. Of course.
See us?
Give me a second, please.
Yeah, now we can see you now.
Give me a second.
So this is a technical demonstration.
Okay, perfect. Hello to everyone.
Hi.
Nice to be here. My name is Nikolaos Politopoulos and I'm your tech guy about the GeoDRR project. I'm here to present you the platform. So let's say something about the platform. The platform is designed and developed using the Moodle LMS system. Moodle is an open source software in order to create learning websites, giving us a lot of tools, a lot of freedom to create easy to use, and easy to learn websites where teachers can interact with their students, uploading their content, creating their content, and the learners to use it and enhance their knowledge. This is the platform right now, the JDRR platform. As it was designed and after an evaluation by the project leader, we decided to create something like this. We have the main menu here with the home events and my courses. And here are the available courses, the list of the available courses. Also, here you can find the universities, and by clicking them, you will find also the courses that they will deliver. And a small project descriptions, what is the overview, the objectives, the activities, etc. And here is another list of courses on the main site. Also, we have the sidebar here with some useful information about us, the logged user. Here you can find the available courses created by us in order to help you use the platform, the contact person, and these things are the navigation from the platform. This is the administration that is only available by me. What is what we also developed in order to help you is these two courses, the demo courses. We have developed two courses that can let you understand and use the Moodle platform. The how to build your course. When you click, you will find some resources here and how to upload the book, how to upload the file, how to upload the URL. Actually, this course is presenting every learning tool that is available to teachers in the platform. And we have designed this by topic. For example, topic 1 refers to resources, topic 2 refers to forums, the file available forums that can be in the course, chat, glossaries, lessons, assignments, quizzes, databases, workshops, choice questions, something like a poll system, wikis, SCORMs, surveys, and questionnaires. Let me go back. The most important course of all of them is the Moodle tutorials. Moodle tutorials is a collective of videos that we have found and uploaded here in the web. It is there are, I think, almost 20 videos that describe the use of Moodle, and they are created by the Moodle consortium themselves. It is originally created by the Moodle. So, in order to help you, I will play these videos as a presentation, and we will talk about this later. Now, let me share. Tell me, please, if my sound is shared, my video sound.
Navigate around a Moodle site will depend upon the administrator's settings.
Can you hear my video sound?
No.
Yes? No. Okay. Give me a second. Okay.
So ask, what is this I can find it.
Can we follow the course because it started now? I can't show. Then at the end, ask what you want and he will show you.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. Or you can send him also. Nico, παίξε το βίντεο.
Yes, yes. I'm trying to find the set now. Okay, share my computer audio. Here it is. So, sorry for the delay.
Panglingan. Oh. Okay. Right. Now he's sharing the YouTube, right? Now your colleague is sharing the YouTube. Okay, maybe while sharing, so you have to ask him to click this share computer audio, so that we can hear to the listen to the sound.
But ask him in English. He speaks English.
Hello. Hello, excuse me. No. This one I'm
Nicola, who's Nico?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I share the audio screen?
Okay, now we cannot hear the YouTube video because there's
Okay.
no sound. So
Okay.
you have to share your screen again. So when you share, so in the upper right, so there is a box.
Share computer audio.
So you have to tick the
Yes,
box.
I have this. I have this.
So,
Can you hear now?
Now you have.
I had this before. I don't know why you couldn't hear
Oh,
me.
it was not.
I didn't change anything. So let's go. Let's play again. Let's begin.
Optimize. Share images. Video.
No, but this one is our. Not. Maybe while sharing, you put share computer audio and also optimize for motion and video. The left hand side. Yes. Or maybe and take a photo and WhatsApp him to record.
He's done.
Done. Have sent
Sunny, entry point, I told them earlier on, check the website of the GeoDBA and it gross income material. Has to open up, you are blocking it somewhere.
Meaning that from our side, the entry part, is it what you're saying?
Yes, the point of entry. Because the website opens up.
Malaysia block. But kami guna web Maxis Bugis. No, this one, I mean the website. Maybe can you ask him to share us the YouTube link so that we can directly open?
Speak to him for me.
Hello.
Nicola.
Yes.
Actually, we still cannot hear the audio from the YouTube. Maybe can you share us the YouTube link so that we can just directly open here?
I don't know. I have the center computer audio optimized always, and set my computer audio ticked.
No problem. Can you share us the YouTube link?
Share the link.
Of course.
Then I can just directly open here so that we all can hear the
I don't know why you can't hear my. Okay, my neighbors are trying to demolish my house. Here you are. I don't know why you can't hear me. I have my set computer audio, actually.
Dashboard. Everyone in Moodle has their own personal page called their dashboard. Many Moodle sites, you'll be taken to the dashboard once you've logged in. If not, you can get to it by clicking the link in the user menu or in the nav drawer. It's a page where you'll have an overview of the courses that you're enrolled in. Our participant Sam is enrolled in 2 courses, the Learn Moodle Basics, where she is a student, and her own practice course, which she requested, where she is a teacher. There's also a timeline showing activity deadlines. For example, our participant Sam must complete the week 1 tutorial and tasks in the Learn Moodle Basics course. The exams dashboard includes the recently accessed items. So when she comes back another time, she can see where she was last working. You can customize the dashboard by clicking the Customize button and reset it back to the site's default by clicking the Reset button. Blocks may be moved to the center of the dashboard, as here, and moved below or above other blocks, as here. New blocks may be added by clicking Add Block in the nav drawer. Our video on blocks gives more information. Here, we see the available blocks of the dashboard, including starred courses and the recently accessed courses block. So let's look at a different Moodle site with a different student to understand these blocks and the course overview further. Here's our student Mark's course overview with progress bars. These are set up by the teacher when they enable activity completion, and there is a video on activity completion to explain it. His course overview is displaying all his courses, but he can change this view. Courses may be bookmarked or starred from the 3 dots and then quickly located. We can also hide courses in the same way, and if he needs to find them, he simply filters hidden courses. Courses may be displayed either by their title or by last access. These course images or cards can be added by teachers from the course settings, and instead of this display, there's also the option to see them as a list, as here, or as a summary, as here. If we zoom out, we can see the timeline over on the right, where our student mark can sort items by due date and filter the display by date or courses. The recently accessed courses block displayed here in the central area of the dashboard shows just those courses you were most recently active in, while the starred courses block, also in the center, displays those courses you bookmarked or starred in the course overview. Let's go back to our Learn Moodle participant Sam's dashboard one final time. Note that if you have a very small screen, any blocks on the side will appear in the center underneath other blocks, as here.
Hi, we have completed the first video. You want me to show the others, the second one?
Share the next link.
Okay, okay. I will share now.
How to lay out a course. As a teacher, you have a lot of control over how your course appears to your students. Example, if your organization allows, you can change the full name of the course, which is in large here, and the short name of the course, which appears in the navigation bar. You can also change the format, how your resources and activities are displayed. This course is in numbered topics, for instance, which can be renamed, as we'll see later. Any of the changes you can make can be done by going to the gear menu top right and by clicking Edit Settings. This takes you to the setup screen of your course, where you can change if you need to its full name and its short name. Again, only if allowed by your organization, the category in which it appears. You can hide it until you're ready and set your state. Although note that the end date will not prevent students from accessing the course. So add a description of your course for students who aren't yet enrolled, and if you wish, you can upload a file, for instance an image or some information about your course. If we click Course Format, this is where we can choose how we'd like the resources to be displayed. Topics gives us a number of topic sections. Here, we can also select to have weekly format. Sections are named as weeks. Format, which is basically one big message board for discussions, or single activity format, which would allow you to add just one particular item, such as a form, page, or a quiz. If we choose topics or weekly format, we can then decide whether we want to show all the sections on one page, which is what we will do, which is the norm. But if you think you're going to have lots of sections, and that would cause some scrolling, then you can choose to show only one section per page. This has an effect on how your students view your course, as we can see here in this course on a different Moodle site. Types of sport. The first time you access it, you can see each of the sections, and then grayed out on the right of the activities which are in these sections. If you then click the link on the section, for example, the second section, tennis, the student will only see the activities in that particular section. They'll navigate to the other sections by clicking the name in the section on the right there, or on the left to the Jump To menu and selecting from that. This is an individual setting, and it might be useful if you think your course will have a lot of sections. Here at settings will allow you to decide how many news items you want to show in the announcements forum. If you set it to 0, you can then delete the announcements forum if you don't think it will be useful to you. Options can be explored by clicking on them and expanding them. For instance, if we click and expand role renaming, you don't want to call your students students, but you want a different name, learners, for instance, then you can change the name here and that will appear just in your course. You can also tag your course to help new students search for it. If we now click to save, then in the next video, turn on the editing and look at the changes we can make to a course, such as how to rename those sections.
Next, James, right here. So, I'm not going to say it again because I never were. And it's all.
It's all of those. Course in Moodle is basically a space in the Moodle for teachers to have their for their students. What your course might look like for a teacher depends partly on the chosen theme and setup of your. In the latest version of Moodle, the latest Boost theme, you can expect to see a collapsible navigation drawer on the left, the gear menu on the right. Main content area here is where the actual teaching and learning resources will be added. In Sam's practice course, there are numbered topics which can be renamed. But if we look at a different course, on a different Moodle site, you can see that these are divided into weekly sections, and there are some blocks on the right. In another video, we will look at the use of these blocks. And in order to add learning resources, you need to have the editing turned on. With the Boost theme, you do this by clicking the gear top right, and then clicking the link to turn editing on. This then displays an edit menu next to each activity and resource for editing settings, hiding, duplicating, deleting, etc. There is an announcement form. And if I wish to move it into a different section, click the crosshairs icon and I can move it. If you aren't able to move by dragging and dropping, then ask your administrator to check your browser settings and the Moodle site settings. In order to add files, documents, or activities for your students, you need to click the link, add an activity or resource in the section where you'd like them to appear. It doesn't matter if you choose the wrong section by mistake, because it's always possible to move them afterwards. Add an activity or resource. This displays Moodle's Activity Chooser, which then allows you to choose what you would like to add. And we'll look at this in a separate video. If you don't see the link, add an activity or resource, ask your Moodle admin again to check your settings. Next video, we look at how you can change the name and layout of.
Hi, Mr. Nicolaus. We have played all the 3 videos. Do you want me to play another video?
I can send you the 4th.
Okay.
I'm sending this to you.
Okay.
The edit icons. In order order to add learning activities and resources to your course, or even to change the wording and description in your course sections, you need to have the editing. So let's take a look at that now and see what the edit icons mean and do. We turn the editing on by clicking the gear top right. Clicking Turn Editing on again. Menus appear against each section and activity or resource. So let's zoom in and take a look at them. These may have different editing icons from the but they'll be in the same order. The icon to the left of an item allows you to move it up or down by dragging and dropping. If you can't move items by dragging and dropping, then ask your site administrator to check your settings and the site settings. It's the same crosshairs icon to move a section, so here I am clicking to move speaking up above listening. The icon to the right looks like a pencil, and if you click it, it allows you to immediately change the title of that particular topic section, resource or activity. Then press Enter and you've changed it. Further along, clicking Edit reveals other options. Edit Settings will take you to the main editing screen of this resource or activity to update it in more detail. The Move arrow allows you to indent an activity or resource to the right and then back again to the left. And the eye icon lets us hide items from students. And we'll try that in a moment. With Duplicate, you can make a quick copy of a resource or activity, modifying it slightly, for instance, for a different class or group. Assign roles relates to roles, something we won't go into much detail in this teaching with Moodle MOOC, but which you can learn about in the documentation. The bin is for deleting an item. If we delete something by mistake, we can find it again from the Recycle bin in the gear menu top right. Here are any recently deleted activities and resources, and we click Restore to put it back into the course. We can add blocks to our course by going to the Add Block link in the nav drawer and choosing the block we want. We can then hide or delete the block by clicking the gear to its side, and we'll explore blocks in a later video. Let's now try hiding the announcements from students by clicking the eye. The person icon here relates to groups, again something we don't focus on in this MOOC, but which you can read about in the documentation. When we click to hide it, we can see now that the eye icon has a line through it, and the announcements are greyed out. If we go to our user menu, we see Switch Role To, and as a teacher, we can switch our role amongst others to a student, or, as we've renamed it in our course, learner. This then displays the course page as students or learners would see it, and the announcements are invisible because we've hidden them. So if we go back to the user menu and to return to my normal role, remembering to turn the editing back on again, we can see that the announcements haven't vanished, it's just that we hid them with the icon. We will now unhide them so our learners can read the announcements and get started on the course. And note that if you need to edit an existing activity or resource, simply click on it and you will see again the gear menu giving you options for editing. Finally, in each section, there's also a menu with an eye icon to hide that section manually and a highlight icon. If you click this icon, then it will highlight that particular section for your students to focus on. If you use weekly course format, the current week is automatically highlighted.
Editing course sections. If we turn the editing on in our course by clicking the gear menu and then turn editing on, we can quickly rename our sections from, for example, Topic 1 to a name that's relevant to us by clicking the pencil icon, typing in a new name and pressing Enter. If we click Edit and then Edit Topic, we can also add a summary of this section using the formatting available. If I click Save Changes at the bottom, you can see that the topic section has been renamed and its name is also reflected in the nav drawer on the left. It's possible with the editing turned on to move sections, so we could move Topic 2, which is not yet renamed, up above Topic 1, which has been renamed to Reading. To delete a section, we click the bin icon from the menu on the right of the section. Remember, this will also delete any activities in that section, but you can get them back again from the Recycle Bin link in the gear menu. This usually only appears once you've deleted something, depending on your administrator's settings. This course has 3 sections. We can add one or more new sections quickly at the bottom by clicking the plus and deciding how many sections we want. If I click the plus here, add one section, we now have 4 sections in our course. Adding and editing text. In many places in Moodle where you can type in text, you will see Moodle's purpose-built editor known as Atto. We see it here in a topic section summary. Many of the icons you'll know from word processing or other online programs, but some may be unfamiliar. The link icon allows you to link text to an external website or an uploaded file. So for instance, if we select the text BBC Talk French and then click the link, a pop-up appears allowing us to paste in a URL or web address. The text will change colour, but note that the link will only work once you've saved the changes. The media icon here offers many options for adding sound and video, along with thumbnail images and subtitles. We explore adding media in a later video. These icons allow you to directly record sound and video from within the editor. The Atto editor allows you to drag and drop images directly onto the text box, something we look at in another video. And it automatically saves what you type. So if you have to leave it for a while, or you accidentally go onto a different page or lose your connection, you don't have to start again. 2 other useful icons are here. They help ensure your text is designed well to make it accessible for everyone on all devices, including people with restricted sight who use screen readers. If you really want to use different colours and different font styles and you know about design, you can change your editor, if your admin allows, by going to the user menu top right, clicking on Preferences, then Editor Preferences. Technical people might use plain text if they want to add code, and TinyMCE is an alternative editor which many people know from other online software such as blogging software. If we select it, you can see what it looks like. And again, the hamburger icon top left allows you to expand the toolbar for more options. However, TinyMCE does not have the same features as Atto, and for that reason, we suggest you use Moodle's own editor, Atto.
kỳ ta.
Hello, I'm back. So these are the basics of Moodle that I wanted to present you through a video. The rest of them, you can find them on our page. It has interesting things, how to make an activity completion, how to use the file picker, how to upload files, how to add images, what are the private files, the activity choosers, how to use forums and start the discussion, how to create a web page in Moodle, how to complete books, how to make books, how to add labels, how to use and upload URLs, how to make choices, small polls to your courses, glossaries, create filters, wikis if you wish, quizzes, how to enroll learners, create gradebooks, etc. And of course, backup and restoring a course. You can find all of them, all of them are available through our platform in the course Moodle tutorials. I don't know if you have any questions. Marius, I cannot hear you. I don't know if you speak to me. Your mic is muted.
Hello, can you hear me
Okay,
now?
now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, maybe just now got some technical problem. So,
It's okay. All the videos are available in the platform, in the course here,
Where-
demo
where?
courses.
They use
Demo.
then it can be assessed.
Yes. If it's
Demo
Wait, that-
courses,
Demo courses, okay.
Moodle tutorials.
Ah, okay. Now we know. Okay, thanks.
The course is complete. You can find it here. There is also available a book, but I don't know if nowadays we want a book. So I believe that we prefer using videos. Also, as I said before, there is another very useful video that presents all of the activities, the how to build your course. Both of them are available in the platform after you successfully register on that. You are muted again. I don't know why. We cannot hear you.
Okay, hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, okay. So we can hear this one. Battery low, just.
okay, Nikos, what is next?
The next thing is the content to be prepared and uploaded on the platform. The next steps. From our point of view, we have completed the development. So we
Okay.
will see. Yes.
Okay. Now, all the modules that will be on the platform, when? There is some of them already, so we will have them by, I presume, tomorrow. All.
What do you mean?
The modules, will they be on the platform by tomorrow, all of them?
The modules? What modules?
Yeah. The ones that make spaghetti. The modules. MOODLE.
We as the user only can access here.
You cannot go in.
We cannot go in.
Watch the video.
Yes. The modules, the videos, will they
The
be?
videos are on. They are all on the platform. All of them.
Well, show them to us.
But we
Okay.
we cannot access.
Can you show them to us? Because we cannot access them. There they are.
There.
We cannot access the course.
Click on this.
I mean, you have to approve this as the student or what? I'm not sure.
Have you created an account? Are you logged in?
Yeah. We already logged in, but we cannot access to the course.
I presume you are logged in as a student or as a
User.
admin? User. Well, as a user, everybody is a user.
After you click on the course, you can access them. They are not logged.
Nikos, don't insist. Nobody can.
Really?
Maybe he tried to solve it.
I think you have to give the right of access from your end.
Okay, I will check that again and I will send you back an email as soon as possible. Probably when they restore my internet, because I have to tell you that my internet connection will close in about 2 minutes because they are making an update. We are making an upgrade, and they informed me today.
Now that we do the demo, they're going to do an upgrade.
Yes, unfortunately. Unfortunately, they called me today and they said me, Mr. Politopoulos, we're upgrading you.
Yeah,
to a
okay,
better.
okay. We don't want to know, Nikos, why. There is here 100 people that they're listening to you. So
Okay.
call the 100 people to tell them that we can't do a complete demonstration.
I don't know why you can't access the videos. The videos are 100% available to everybody. I'm checking that right now.
Maybe you need to log in again.
Log in again. Okay, wait.
Again. If you can't access them, log out, log in. Do we have any questions? Let me send the affair. Interesting. They think God is going to come and do it for them. Any questions so far? No, you know it all. Okay, what we will do, we'll create on the platform answer and question. So you can go into the drive and put just in case you have questions if the system cannot answer them. And once every week, we will answer those questions. And once a month during the online meeting, if there are specific questions, again, they can be addressed. But you have to put them on the drive so people can access them and prepare the answers. It's logical. It's critical. It's a critical thinking process.
Please.
Okay, thank you, Nikos.
I double check them.
Huh?
Okay, finish. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right.
Ini belum sana balik. Go them and
They did some changes.
Okay.
Finally solved. So we can add audio now.
Let's look at the issues that we're going to address immediately. On the drive, we will put questions and answers. Every week, we will answer those questions. So there is a record of all the questions asked. The modules are on the system. I saw that you are all accessing the system.
Yeah, we are.
It's coming.
Yeah.
There was a blockage from the Malaysian authorities, and now kindly the principal here has rung her people up and they changed it to VPN, so you have access.
But this is just a temporary solution, right?
Well, once you are in your countries, I don't know how you operate. You use the internet then. Normally, there shouldn't be a problem. The demonstration is based, if the system doesn't work, it reverses into videos. So that's what happened. Instead of a live, it goes straight into videos, and you can play the videos article by article, step by step. And then on the drive, there will be a Excel sheet or an A4 or whatever. Will create something for questions and answers. And every week they will be addressed. And on the online monthly meeting, if there are some clarifications to be made, but you must put your questions in advance, because the project manager cannot answer all the technical questions. She has to put them on to the technical people. So you must do it well in advance. Access codes, there will be two lists, one for users, one for administrators. Once we create an administrator, one per university, depending on the size of the university. I think, for example, a large university will require to put maybe 2 or 3 administrators. A smaller university may do it just with 1. So we will also create, particularly for Cambodia, 3 days extra online for the training. But if you want to join in those, by all means do. We will use the sample master copy of this university to load it on the system as a demo, so you can, let's say, play and get some experience in using the system, enroll your people, whoever, put your students to follow the course, your professors to use the teaching methodology, and as well the administrators to do the admin part of the work. If you load your own videos, which you can, make sure they're not half-an-hour videos, because they will not play. Make sure they are 3 to 5 maximum minutes, not more. The smaller the videos are, the faster they will load and they will play. You may want to put a demo of a teaching methodology. You may want to put an activity that is related to the course. You may need to do a dissemination that is related to the growth of the course. First year, second year, first trimester, second trimester. You may wish to put the marking methodology you are using. I have one suggestion to make, and tomorrow you can discuss it. We can discuss it. If we use one master course, then maybe that approach could be one master brand. A master's course offered by so many universities, and there's like a copy paste, which makes the course a lot easier to be used. There were some small issues regarding the name of the course with some universities. Yesterday we resolved them. We are obliged to use the course of the name, but for local reasons, if you need to use another name, by all means do, but keep the original name underneath in brackets, so when we load it on the system, can be identified as the same course. So also when you translate it into a second language, please remember that some letters, if they're not Latin, may not be supported. So if you have this problem, just put the problem on the server, and the technical people will resolve it for you. Any critical questions regarding the system? First demo, it really looks difficult. It really looks a mountain. Trust me, Once you have a course on and you start using it as a user, a professor, and an administrator, life becomes a lot easier. Most universities use Moodles anyhow. Any other questions? Okay, so tomorrow we'll address any other problems there are from the administrative project related. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank you so much for the training, and then sorry for the difficulties that we are facing. We discovered that the problem with Malaysian government, MC Malaysian, that they block whatever website that they didn't pass to the country to not accept. So our group have made an attempt to check with other countries where they try other country is working. So we found out that's the problem. So we contact our technical people to give an accept. So finally, by the end, we know what's the problem then. Anyway, thank you so much for the session. So hopefully we all, maybe from some university, we already use Moodle. Probably that's not much a problem. Maybe those that have problems, then maybe each novel can come in and how you particularly you have serious problem. Okay, for tomorrow's session, I need to apologize because I've been called to the ministry to go to attend the meeting early tomorrow morning. So basically, after the program, I have to catch a flight to Putrajaya to meet the ministry, and I'll come back maybe late tomorrow. If I didn't see you before you're leaving, so have a safe flight. Thank you so much. Dr. Tan and Dr. Niro, Dr. Asmia, they've been here to see through the program complete successfully. And then on behalf of the university and our side, our team, I would like to apologize for any shortcoming or any difficulties faced by all the participants. So I would like to thank Christoph and all for coming all the way to Malaysia, and I hope you have a safe flights back and keep in touch, and hopefully this is not the only project that we'll be working together. Not only just in this field, whatever field that you feel that you wanted to collaborate with our university, please feel free to be in touch. Okay, from myself, once again, I enjoy having you guys here. Yeah, we explore many things. We hope that we're getting there with the program. We come a long way now that at least we see that we are at the final stage of offering the program. So thank you so much, and enjoy your few more days to stay for some of you. Thank you so much.
Okay, before we finish our program today, since Professor will not be around tomorrow, so we are going to have a certificate ceremony early. Okay. But don't skip tomorrow. We still have something.
Can we stop that? Huh? For the picture purposes.
Okay, back Professor Adrian. Thank you. Okay, Assistant Professor Dr. Mazli Omar. Dr. Nur Suhaimi Mansur.
Bawang sekali kita sign the next slide.
Okay, Dr. Amirul Ihsan. Prof. Azman Yasin. Okay, Jericho Jordan Bernardo. Okay, that's the Hansel Efnoyan. Associate Professor Dr. Nathaniel Vincent to take up. Okay, Dr. Dexter Aslo. Dr. Jefferson Balangute. Okay, Dr. Hercules Castle. Okay, that is Professor Katarzyna.
Thank you so much. Sparks like it.
And this.
Ikaw yung mag
Wait. Again. Wait. One more for Crystal.
Happy for you.
Okay, Marius Paraskev.
Oh, my God.
Dr. Ionis Pistakis. Dr. Georgios Chantopoulos. Okay. Professor Sergio Molina. Professor Josh Lupis. What's popular?
I will not cover the EU plan.
You guys can go back home.
We're not going to be paid. It's the EU plan. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Coordinator.
Dr. Valerie.
Cepetan gambar.
Dr. Morin. Sam Rani. Dr. Pam Wan Pat.
Somebody will take for you.
Dr. Chantan Kaur.
What?
Dr. Boon Lee Siong.
Ni ambil dulu.
Miss Putri Atika. Miss Putri Atika Bandira. Miss Yap Kacau Yi Juan.
Ambil lah.
Muhammad Azmi, Dr. Muhammad Azmi Abu Bakar.
Amirul.
Myself. Dr. Amiro. Muhammad Amirul Mahmud. And myself. Ismail. Darshini Murthy. Hamzah. Okay, final.
Finally.
Start. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Oh. Ambil gambar aja. Bisa boleh ya. Thank you.
Professor Rayman. Thank you very much for your help, for your support, for your time. Thank you very much. The organization of this meeting was perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I think that's
Like Santa Claus. Thank you. So beautiful. Really, so beautiful.
any other gift?
Like champion. Each year.
Okay. Anyone who want to give some speech before Prof. Naima leaving to KL tonight? No. Okay. If no, I think that's all today. And we have prepared the QR code here. So if you want to get the photo, you can just scan the QR code, and also don't forget to fill in the evaluation form tomorrow. Okay. I think that's all today. And so okay. So you can keep your thing up and then go to the bank. So we will bring you all back to the hotel. So see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
这些你收这些吗？我没。
Thank you. Okay, how about let's say we'll check out anything. Oh, you want to go back? Problem. No, because my friend's car is very big. So no problem. Yeah, so we will drop.
Put your bed
In his car first.
If it's okay
for you, it's okay for us.
Okay.
He got a lorry, mini lorry. So it's for us. No problem. Lagi dia boleh satu lama. Everything kan satu bank je. Timor ni, tahu? Banyak Not normally your share with not really me. We upload the kami tengok balik share with us.
Hello, hello.
要带你回家。
Hello, hello.
你们要去那里？
哎，你现在被是 Eastern Hotel 咩？OK 啊，弟弟。
是我先回去吧，我先做我想做的事情。
others.
Exactly next door? Not this room, that room.
No, no, no. And then this is-
On the other. Why?
Countries value